Secrets whisper, truth unknown. Cold steel whispers, justice blind. In the dark, who pays the crime? True crime symphony echoes in the night. Screams in silence, wrong and right. Crime symphony, the guilty run, but the hunt's not over till the deed is done. Broken chains, footsteps fade, a tale of lies and lives betrayed. No escape, the hunter's call. Every secret must face its fall. Whispered sins, shouted pain. Who will rise? Who remains? True crime symphony echoes in the night. Screams in silence, wrong and right. Crime symphony, the guilty run, but the hunt's not over till the deed is done. Defiant scream, justice cries, drums of thunder obey. Baselines pulse, hearts collide. The truth revealed, nowhere to hide. Shadows creep, blood on stone. Secrets whisper, truth unknown. Cold steel whispers, justice blind. In the dark, who pays the crime? True crime symphony echoes in the night. Screams in silence, wrong and right. Crime symphony, the guilty run, but the hunt's not over steel whispers, justice blind. In the dark, who pays the crime? True crime symphony echoes in the night, screams in silence, wrong and right. Crime symphony, the guilty run, but the hunt's not over till the deed is done. Broken chains, footstep fade, a tale of lies and lives betrayed. No escape, the hunter's call. Every secret must face its fall. Whispered sins, shouted pain. Who will rise? Who remains? True crime symphony echoes in the night, screams in silence, wrong and right. Crime symphony, the guilty run, but the hunt's not over till the deed is done. Defiant scream, justice cries, drums of thunder obey, baselines pulse, hearts collide. The truth revealed, nowhere to hide. Shadows creep, blood on stone, secrets whisper, truth unknown. Cold steel whispers, justice blind. In the dark, who pays the crime? True crime symphony echoes in the night, screams in silence, wrong and right. Crime symphony, the guilty run, but the hunt's not over Secrets whisper, truth unknown. Cold steel whispers, justice blind. In the dark, who pays the crime? True crime symphony echoes in the night. Screams in silence, wrong and right. Crime symphony, the guilty run, but the hunt's not over till the deed is done. Broken chains, footstep fade, a tale of lies and lives betrayed. No escape, the hunter's call. Every secret must face its fall. Whispered sins, shouted pain. Who will rise? Who remains? True crime symphony echoes in the night. Screams in silence, wrong and right. Crime symphony, the guilty run, but the hunt's not over till the deed is done. Fire scream, justice cries, drums of thunder obey. Baselines pulse, hearts collide. The truth revealed, nowhere to hide. Shadows creep, blood on stone. Secrets whisper, truth unknown. Cold.
All right, all right. Welcome back to the cafe. We are open for business. Good to see you guys today. Thank you all so much for joining me. I appreciate you all so much. I hope you're having a great weekend and a great Saturday. It's great to be here with you all. It's great to see you all. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you are. I hope it's good for you because it's great to be here with all of you. Again, thank you for joining me. Please make sure to hit that like button, guys, if you will. Share this out and let everybody know what we're doing. Maybe we'll see them. Who knows? Maybe not. Guess we'll see. Guys, today we're going to be going through some correspondence between people involved in the Idaho 4 case. I was reading some documents last night and early this morning, and I just couldn't shake what I was reading, and it made me think of something. And like it's titled, "Did they have the real suspect on day number 3 of this case and just let him go? was that the real suspect or one of the real suspects, and let him go so that they could put this guy into their place, Bryan KOHBERGER, and put him in the spot for committing these crimes. And I gotta tell you, with everything we've seen and everything that we've talked about, it sure as hell seems that way. So we're gonna review this correspondence, go through this, and whatever else we get into. Of course, I will give the option for people to join me up here if they would like to discuss this as well. I know Lana was live, so we probably won't have a whole lot of people in here right now. But I wanted to get this going now. I was trying to hold out on it till later, but I don't want to go too late because I was really trying to do something tonight if I can, if the boss will allow, in being that it's Saturday. So that was the whole point. But anyway, I appreciate each and every one of you for being here today, since you are. I don't even know, do I have any mods in here at all? I think Meg's here, of course. Of course. Thank you, Meg, for being here. I appreciate it very, very much. It shouldn't be too bad. I don't think we'll have too many people in here, Meg, but I will try to help you out as much as I can. Thank you so much for joining us. Very much appreciated. That being said, guys, you know the case. Make sure to hit the like button. Share this out. Now let's get this party started. Here we go. Here we go.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay in the truth
All right. Welcome back, guys. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you all truly so very much for being here. I hope everybody's having a nice weekend. Great weekend. Saturday to boot. For all you hard workers out there, if you have the weekends off, I hope you're enjoying that as well. It's great to have you here. Like I said, guys, we're going to be looking at some of these corresponding documents that they sent out of that new ISP doc drop. 2,356 pages they dropped. Well, I've been reading through them bit by bit by bit. It takes forever. And I came upon a section that was very interesting to me of correspondence between, of course, Riley Nolan and different people. And as I was going through these, I came on to something I just couldn't shake the way it read to me. And it's like I said, by day 3 of this investigation, it seems that they, in my opinion, very possibly had the real suspect and they let him go per se, so they could chase down this BRYAN KOHBERGER guy and make him the suspect. I know the way that comes off, it doesn't sound right, but with everything we've read through and everything we've seen, I just kind of wanted to review this with you guys, discuss it with you. I love the discussions we have here. And see if we can make some kind of sense out of it, because it's wild to me how this has gone, where we're at with it. And now reading that, I'm like, well, what the hell, And of course, if anybody wants to join me, you're welcome to. The link is pinned at the top of the chat, as always. So you guys are always welcome to join me to express your thoughts, opinions, and views. Just saying. So come on in, grab a seat. Once again, thank you all for being here. Oh, we have 2 Moonlits here as well, Meg and Moonlit. So thank you both very much. Everybody's busy today, enjoying their weekend. So like I said, I'll try to help you guys out as much as I can. Don't worry about it. Don't get yourself overwhelmed. That's to the moderators. I'll handle things the best I can, and whatever you guys can't, don't worry about it. It'll be all right. Come on in, grab a seat. Let's see who we got here with us today. It looks like Miss Lisa Hawkins is in the house.
Hello, Dago.
Welcome. What's up, Hemisphere? Thanks for joining me. Give me 1 second here. I want to welcome everybody real quick. Thank you for joining me up here. I appreciate you. Carolyn Prestage, good to see you. Chick Bait, welcome back. The Cat Ladies in the house. Beach Babe, welcome back to you. Of course, Moonlit, welcome back to you. Gen 7, great to see you today. Again, Lisa Hawkins. Michelle Weddle, welcome back. Good to see you today. Robert's in the house with True Crime Unleashed. Great to see you. Hemisphere again is joining me up here. Leah Story, welcome. Great to see you, Leah. Thank you for joining us. C-Jag's in the house. Great to see you as well. Holy hell. Phil is in the house. Great to see you, Phil. Missed you much. Quite happy to see you. Siggy and Mike, welcome back to you. Proby and Proud, welcome back. Great to see you. Dawn Caps, welcome. Good to see you today. Senor Wazowski, what is happening, my friend? Good to see you. I use StreamYard and YouTube, Senor. Meanie's in the house. Great to see you, Meanie. Thank you for joining us. Mark Schumann, welcome back to you. Yvonne Poole, great to see you. Gea De Gucci, welcome. Matt MLO12 is in the house. Welcome back to you. The 360 Life, always happy to see you. Thank you for joining us from the UK. Great to have you here. Good evening. Let me see. Miss Diane, Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's Dead Flusy Mother's in the house. Great to see you, Diane. Thank you for joining us. Chick Bates in the house. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat, get comfortable. Just a few moments here before we get started. I'm just going to give everybody a chance to pop in. And again, thank you for joining me, Hemisphere. Great to have you here, brother.
Well, it's good to be up here with you, Dagos. You got the coolest chat on the internet, along with the best intro soon ever. Freaking love that.
I appreciate that. I do too. Molly does a great job with that. Melissa, welcome. Good to see you.
I know I've said it. I've said that a lot, and I mean that, man. Badass. Did a damn good job on that.
Yeah, she did amazing with it. She's very talented. I agree. Truly. Connection wise, I am now using, as far as internet services, I use Spectrum now. I was using garbage Optimum until just recently, and I have Spectrum now, and it's definitely helping a lot more than it did. So welcome, Allison. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Come on in.
Well, Dago, I thought I put it in chat, but I wanted to see what you thought about Brett Kopacker. Do you think there's any connection there? You're on mute, bro. You're on mute.
Sorry, I'm muted. I don't know. I thought about it for 3 years. I looked into it. Welcome, Greg McNeely. Good to see you, my friend. And I can't find any solid proof of it. That's the problem. Okay. I've seen other creators talk about it, different shows that they put out about this, that, and everything else, but I don't feel it's a real connection. I don't know. I can't get comfortable with it. You know, I feel like Brett's situation was pretty bad, the way they treated him and what they did to him. Was he connected to this? I don't know. Were they going to make him connected to this? That's possible. You know, were they going to try to make him the patsy per se, or however you want to put it? That's a possibility. I don't know, but it didn't work out that way, obviously, because we know what happened. So I don't know what to think about his situation, to be honest with you. I can't find, I've dug, and I mean dug, years ago, pretty deep on him, and I can't find anything that literally puts him there for sure. You know, there's a lot of rumors about him and Bryan, this, that, everything else. I can't see him and Bryan relating in that sense at all. They don't fit to me. Which doesn't mean that's true. I'm just saying that's my opinion. You know, everybody has their own feelings about different things. But there's something that takes me away from him with this for some reason. I don't know why. You know, I'm not saying that there's not a connection per se, but I don't think it's a hardcore connection, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, the reason why I brought it up is because Devil Advocate has brought that theory back up recently. And I remember early on in the case about Crime Circus was having a video about that, and he went into a deep dive with that, which, you know, kind of made me wonder, I don't know. It's kind of coincidental to know that Bryan Kohlberger and Kopacker was from Pennsylvania.
Well,
and they just so happened to move. It made it sound like they moved.
See, that's what I looked into.
Right about the same time.
I looked into that. Kopacker wasn't per se from PA. His mother did live there for a period of time, but not like, he wasn't born and raised in PA like Bryan was. That was the difference. I did look into, I saw DA's video on that. It was very interesting about the four brothers and all that. And I'm not saying it's not true or possible. Lee does good work. I appreciate what he does over there at Devil's Advocate too. And he could be absolutely right. I can't say that he's not, but I looked into his familial connections. They did live in a certain part of Pennsylvania. His mom did. And I think his stepdad for a period of time. I think it was 3-4 years, maybe max. And then at one point they lived there at another time for like a year. but he's not from PA like Bryan was. And I think the last time that they lived in PA, now it didn't prove that Brent was living there, but his mom did, was around the time that he got out of the military. So, when you get out, it could have been that, yeah, he went and stayed with his mother for a while, and he could have been living there at that time. That's very, very plausible, folks. I'm not going to deny that. But I can't find a regular, because they moved all over the place. His dad did, he did, his mom did. They have multiple addresses everywhere. So that was where my issue came up. Like, I just can't put him and Bryan together as being associated that way. If there was a drug relation there, maybe back when Bryan was in his heyday of the heroin thing, that's possible. It is very possible. But at that time, I believe that's when Brent was full-time military. He was in the military. He was gone. He wasn't around. and Bryan's a little younger than Brent is, as far as, not saying that people don't interact because of age differences. I'm just saying that Brent was in the military, actively doing the military thing, and Bryan, I think, was still in school and stuff like that. He's younger, but the lines just didn't line up for me. That's all I'm saying. But like I said, Lee made very good points in his video about that.
Yeah, I saw that little short. There was a short that he put out about that too, with the guy had an interview, was talking about Brett Kopacker.
Mm-hmm.
And pretty much Devil's Advocates said that they screwed up and shot him because they realized he was a suspect in the Idaho 4.
See,
I don't know that, but
I think that because of the way he was acting, okay, this is why I think they brought Charlie Fry, Brett Payne, Blaker, and somebody else they brought in when that whole thing went down with Payne, or with Brett, Kopacker, sorry. There's the mama bear. Good to see you, ma'am. And all your little octopus, I think. What do you got going on there? It is octopus. It's okay. I see you. Good to see you, mama bear. But when they brought all that, when that all went down with Brent, okay, they brought those officers over to help that situation, which was odd, but they do work together at times. And Fry had a relationship with Kopacker. He knew him. It wasn't a good one. He knew him from previous experiences, okay, from being in the area. And the things that Brent had gone through. So, please don't ever apologize, Jane Kendall. You're welcome. Grateful to have you here. Great to see you today. So I think because of his previous experiences with law enforcement, because of the interactions they had and him acting out in certain types of ways, they may have thought this is somebody that could have done this. Okay. And I think that's why they started looking at him, because there were statements that were supposedly made that nobody's been able to verify it yet. And I questioned these roommates of his, this Jordan guy and the other guys, what the reality to them is. Because I looked into them and then things just didn't match up with them in that apartment, and all sorts of things were off. So there are questions there. Don't get me wrong with that, Hemi. I started to wonder after I saw how everything else started to unfold. Was Brent going to be the one that they were going to put this on? Was that the whole story in the beginning? And then I think that maybe he wasn't supposed to be taken out, but he started to talk a lot and things happened possibly. And then they had to shut that down. So, it looks conspiratorial, and I'm not a big conspiracy theory person, folks. I don't like it, but Jesus, I don't know what else to think. So I wouldn't be overly surprised if that was going to be the case. Okay. And then they killed him. So what could they do at that point? They needed to have somebody on the slab for this crime, in my opinion, for lack of better statements. Okay. And they needed to have somebody they could put this on that the public could visually see. And with Brent being taken out, he's not there to take a punishment. And they knew that just taking somebody's life, that's not enough for the public and for the families. They needed to see somebody being punished for this, in my opinion. And being shot and killed, that's punishment, sure, but you're not going through court, you're not going through trial, you're not being punished by the law. And some people need that, you know what I'm saying, to have closure. And I think that was the point. So that's if this is what the scenario was. Don't get me wrong. So that's kind of my thought on that scenario. I feel like no matter what happened, Brent was treated horribly. He was a veteran. He fought for our country, and once again, just like most of our veterans do, took the brunt end of a situation and was not treated correctly. Okay. The man had psychological issues after the fact, which happens a lot. What he went through was horrifying. He lost his entire unit, from my understanding, and survived that. And that doesn't go away, you guys. And it does cause mental health issues, period. A lot of our veterans have mental health issues, and they don't get the treatment they deserve. They're treated like outcasts. And that's not good. I highly disagree with that. My uncle was one of them, and I watched what he went through, and it's horrifying. So if nothing else, the crime in itself with him is how he was treated, how that happened, because I don't believe it went the way it did. I just don't. You know what I mean? I don't believe that what they said happened is what happened. I think that there was more to it. I think they lied about a lot of things. I think they caused some things to happen that shouldn't have happened. It's just a bad situation all the way around. So could he be involved? Sure, he could. And that's being covered up as well. Or could he be something that just got thrown into the mix because of the situation happening, kind of simultaneously? Sure, that could be too. I feel bad for his family, his friends, and everything for what they have had to endure with what has happened with him. And shame on the government for what they did to him, in that law enforcement agency for how they did this. I still don't believe that he was doing everything in that apartment that night that they said he was, because that doesn't match up at all. And the fact that they completely, because I know he didn't do it, completely and totally emptied his phone out. That's very sus to me. Okay. To completely empty somebody's phone, to delete everything in there. Why would you do that? There's no reason to do something like that. Don't say you did it on accident. You got to go through multiple steps to do something that way. You don't just hit a button and it's all gone. And one of my thought processes was way back when, just to give you a heads up, is when I was thinking that he could be truly, linked in this. Did he have phone numbers in there that nobody was supposed to see? Did he have Brian's phone number in there? Did he have phone numbers to the victims in his phone and nobody was supposed to see that? Because then that would put him there. That would give him a link to this. And so they destroyed all that evidence out of his phone, in my opinion. That could be something that happened. And that's what I thought then. Or drug connections. Good point, Melissa. Welcome, by the way. Good to see you. I didn't see you until just now. It makes you wonder. You know what I mean? Was that stuff destroyed from his phone? I don't know why I can't think of the right word I'm trying to say to what they did do. Erased his phone. They erased everything in his phone. His brother went there to pick up what he had left a few days after this happened. And this came from Dylan, his friend. And I have no reason to not believe what he said, because why would you make this up? That he went to the apartment to pick up Brent's belongings, and there was a bed and nothing else in this apartment. His phone was on the counter, had been completely erased, and laying on the bed was his DD-13 orders from the military, which is his, for those of you that are military, you know what I'm talking about. It's when you're discharged, and there was a little bit of splatters of blood on it, I guess, from what I understood. That's what Dylan said. That was it. That's all that was in that apartment. So it doesn't say, and we saw the video. Lana had put out the video too of when the whole confrontation went down, and there was no furniture in the apartment, folks. Who lives in an apartment with nothing in it, especially multiple people? It's just, the whole thing is strange. Yeah, his release papers. That's what I was saying. The discharge. Sorry. So that was something that always bothered me. We never saw him during that whole standoff. Not one time did we physically see him during that standoff. We barely heard him. There was no way to ensure that that's his voice. It's a male voice, sure. There was no gunshots found in the walls or of that bedroom. They were saying he was shooting at things, but there was no bullet holes there. They didn't evacuate the complex the way you would in a situation. The whole thing was just weird to me, Hemi, and I was never comfortable with it. Now, does that mean that there's a link to this case? I don't know. Honest and truly, I'm not going to tell you I believe so if I don't. But because I don't know, yes or no. I can't go either way with it. There's some questionable things for sure, but
I've never really cared to listen to a guilter to say Brian Kohlberger did this, whatever. That's an argument for another day. But anyway, show me, and I'll believe that. Until then,
that's what it's been with this entire case the whole time for me, Hemisphere.
I brought that up because of this reason here. Last night, I was digging around on YouTube trying to find some other content, just kind of get a barometer of what everybody else is thinking. And I come across this guilty channel. It's called The Interview Room. They've been doing a good deep dive in these new docs. He did cover something that was kind of like one of those side-eyed kind of what?
It's funny you brought that up, Hemisphere, because I was going to show you. I am not, and you know this. You've heard me say this, okay? Chris McDonough. I make fun of his speech and all that because of the things he's done. He's angered me in a bad way. I don't like him at all. I don't like some of the things he's done in the past. But the man is a retired homicide detective. Okay, so he's got experience in dealing with this. If you're talking about the same video I'm talking about, I think you're talking about Hemisphere.
The one they did just last night, that last slide they did just last night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. In fact, they went over some of the stuff that I'm going to be going over today. They have been making some very interesting points, not supporting the law enforcement and prosecution in this case. They pointed things out that I was like, wow, okay, that's kind of interesting. And they've been making really good points at this because they're looking into it, okay, from the aspect of a detective's view and saying, this ain't right. This is not right. That's not right. He's still saying that Brian's guilty, but he's pointing out all the mistakes and all the bullshit things that have happened with law enforcement and prosecution and saying, what the hell, you know? So, yeah, it was an interesting video, what I saw. I didn't watch the whole thing.
Even the thought, and we know they've been lying from the get-go, and they've been trying to hide a bunch of shit, but what really got my attention was when they identified the white Elantra, they had the poster, and Brett Payne told everybody, do not approach him or anything unless it's a dire emergency.
Right.
Who does that? Don't even put it on the radio or anything. Would you want to put a flyer out to the community and to say, if you see this white Elantra matching this description, instead of keeping it all like they did, kind of like hush hush behind the back?
Yep.
You know, don't even communicate it on your radio. Just don't even call the tip line or anything. Call me directly. I mean, you had stuff like that was going on too.
And that statement you just made, my friend, I'm gonna put it out there just in layman's terms, folks. What he basically said was, don't contact the person, don't approach him, don't do this, don't do that, don't unless it's a real situation. Or if it's a real, call me. Don't do anything else unless it's bullshit, and then you can call the tip line. What? That's what the lead investigator says in this case, and that was layman's terms, okay? And that Hemisphere is right. That's ridiculous. You don't do that in an investigation like this.
Well, it puts everybody on the spot. So if somebody was to pull that car over, he can't call and check the tags or anything. He can't say anything on the radio. So you just handcuff your own officers.
And that's what I'm saying. You don't want this put out across the radio. Why? What are you hiding? What are you hiding that you can't do a normal police stop on this or a normal situation? And again, I even questioned you guys 3 years ago. I said, why did they knew way earlier on who this was. Why'd they wait till the 19th of December to call and say, hey, we got your car? I mean, you know, I'm being a little short-ended with this. I'm not being realistic completely, but like, you know what I'm saying? It's in a nutshell, that's what they did. That makes no sense when you got a quadruple homicide with no suspect. You're going to wait a week, 2 weeks before you're going to call and say, hey, by the way, we found your car. No, that's you see the car, you pick up the phone, and you call now, and you got it. Why didn't that happen? That makes no sense. That's the problem. So that has always been shady to me, always.
And I'm sorry, but it's kind of confirms what I originally thought when I very first time hearing about this case. They was in over their heads. They didn't know what the hell they was doing. None. At all. I mean, if you're a lead investigator, who puts that out there? If you have any suggestions or ideas, let me know. That's not the way it's supposed to go.
No, not at all. Not at all. Welcome, Jay Marie. Good to see you. Hold on one second, Hemi. Good to see you. Tandy's in the house. Seahawks fan. Thank you for joining us. Yvonne Poole, welcome back. Alice Scholes, great to see you again today. Jay Marie, False Star, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. The last 24, great to see you. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Tomboy Charm, thank you for joining us. Jane Kendall, I think I've hit everybody. If I didn't, I will catch up with you once I see it because this chat's rolling a little quick. Thank you for joining me. It seems like we got a few more mods now. That'll be good. Deal. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you very much. So, you know, with that being said, though, there's a lot of things that has happened like that. And God forbid we question that because we know just based on standard knowledge, we're all adults. We've grown up in the world and seen how, you know, the law works and arresting situations happen and investigations go and so on and so forth. We don't have to be rocket scientists. So that's why all the questions have come out of us because of the way the things were done. And it just gets worse. Every time something new comes out, it gets worse and worse and worse. And even DKM, good to see you. I just now saw you. Sorry about that. Welcome. Like Chris McDonough, as much as I can't handle him, he's made some very valuable points in the past few lives that he's even in that. We learned a lot out of that interview that he did with Ding Dong Gary Ricciardo or whatever his name is. I can't handle him either, but in the Goncalves family, we learned a lot. I think in that interview it was very interesting. And it kind of opened some doors for us all to go, okay, like we thought. Okay, you know, so we're not all crazy. At least we know that. And the things that we're questioning are absolutely valid. They're not just ridiculous, insane, conspiratorial, you know, questions that everybody's trying to say that we're doing because we won't just accept, oh, that's what they want. Just accept that Brian did this and shut up and leave it alone. No. If we do that, we are giving in to what they want. And we're allowing them and giving them the ability to do the things they do, period. Okay. So that's why it'll never work for me. True. Robert, thank you so much for hitting the first out of the goals. Robert, I appreciate that so very much. Good afternoon to you. And it's great to have you here. I appreciate your support so very much, my friend. So yeah, it's a problem. And I thought I just saw somebody else pop in here that I couldn't, but they're not there now. So either way, go ahead, bud. What were you saying?
Well, this is then again, and I know we've talked about this too a lot, and I made this statement a bunch about Tisdale. Had Brett Payne been the lead investigator that he was, he would have known that.
That's why I believe he was never the lead investigator, right? Yeah.
And tried to get their side of the story about their patrol that night. They wouldn't. It went from that to we're going to force this issue about this white Elantra so we can cover up the fact that we had a white Ford Fusion that's what they was using that night to patrol the area.
Yeah.
And then
Why
I'm
would
hearing
they-
bang cars and all that stuff. So
Well, why would they do that? That's the thing. Why is it such a big deal? They didn't come out and tell us until these reports were released that car was circling that area the same way they claimed that the supposed murderer was. We knew he was there. We knew that those officers were out there by the band field doing this, but we didn't know until we knew that they had repeatedly been circling. You know what I mean? And that's a problem. Why did you hide that? Why did you not say, hey, we had some of our own officers out there circling that night, and maybe that's what people were seeing. No, you just let it go, and you didn't say a word until you had to say something about it. Okay, we even know that he went as far as to experiment with that same car and see how it looks under lighting, and drove it around and all that kind of thing. For you to do that tells me that that's what happened, that's the vehicle. Okay, and then we got the reports from the two officers proving it. There's a lot of things in that situation I'm not comfortable with. Like we talked about more than once. Yes, we've talked about the people that Officer Rosenthal saw going that direction towards that house, 3 or 4 people. He didn't stop and talk to them because they didn't have open cans in their hand. Okay, we also know that during the Banfield stop, we see 4 to 5 people running from the direction of the 1122 house towards, maybe the frat house or something in that direction. I'm not saying that's where they were going. I'm just saying they were going in that direction and weren't even looked at. They didn't say, hey, what are you doing? Where are you going? They didn't stop them, nothing. That's very suspicious. I'm not saying that those people committed the crimes, but damn, when you got people running from the direction that a quadruple homicide happened, you'd think you'd want to know who they were, why they were running, and what they were doing wherever they were at before they started running by you. That's important to me. If I'm a police officer, I would have, definitely went back to that night and looked at that camera and said, what the hell? And figured out who that could have been in some way. But there's never been a word said about this. Okay. So all these little things are what has this case wide open for all of us still. All these little things are what have made us question every document they've released. All these little things are what have made us question the prosecutors and the judges and law enforcement through this entire case. Not because we want to, because I think I can speak for everybody in here. And if I'm wrong, just tell me to shut up. But I think I could speak for every single person in here when I say that if they were to bring real truth in this case and real justice, that we would all shut up and sit down. But they haven't. And that's why we're all still here doing this, because they've never done anything close to that. Everything's been a lie. Everything's been bullshit. Everything's been backwards, inside out, upside down, and turned sideways on this. Nothing has been on point what it's supposed to be. So that's all we're asking, guys. We just want you to tell the truth and stop hiding things. And when you got experts that are coming forward saying that I've never seen such, misinformation and misappropriation happening in the 30 years experience that I have, and I got to say that I believe that there's something way, way bigger being covered up. Experts don't say things like that unless there's a valid basis behind it, because they have a reputation to uphold. So they're not going to make it up just to look good, because if nothing else, if they can't prove that, it's going to make them look bad. And then when you got a judge stepping out trying to shut that person down because that narrative is not, it scares them. As the judge said, we got people's jobs in play here. These are people's jobs that we're looking at. And that's why Ann said, you're right, Your Honor, they are. Yeah, that's a problem. And the man was there ready to speak and tell the truth. They shut him down. So that's a problem, folks. That's a big, big problem. Go ahead.
It's just crazy to me that we're trying to save people's jobs and not put a unpopular person with a mental defect and put it all on him and just we'll put him away and then we'll just all walk away and everybody just ignore this shit, right?
That's it. Yeah.
I mean, it's just
that's the best way to put it.
Wow,
I mean, they're bullying an adult man that has been diagnosed with ASD, and other issues, and they basically bullied him into being guilty in the public eye of opinion, in a sense. So that's a good point. Welcome, King. Good to see you, buddy. How are you? If you can hear me,
What's
can you
going
hear
on,
me?
Kane?
I don't know if you can hear me or not. I hope you can hear me.
I had to plug in my mic.
Oh yeah, you're good. I see you dropped something back there. Thank you for that. Yeah, we're gonna be going through correspondence between these people, and I'm telling you, what's up? Dylan's in the house. Drew Bledsoe, good to see you, my friend. Happy Saturday to you. Yeah, there's one document we're gonna be reading through, guys. As I started reading through some of this stuff, is Willie in here? Somebody said hi, Willie. I don't see Willie. Do I see? Is Willie here? Maybe I'm wrong. Tinel Ray, welcome. Good to see you. Take your time, King. Get yourself ready, brother.
I'm all set. Sorry.
Oh, you're okay,
Oh.
buddy.
That's why my volume goes down, because StreamYard takes a control of my microphone every time I log in. Yeah, it's down at 75. Is that too loud right there?
It
went
was.
down again.
I just grabbed it for you. It was.
Oh,
it was
you did?
super
Okay,
loud.
okay.
Yeah,
Because you're actually grabbing it from my computer, and so when I go live, my mic volume is still down. That's hilarious. Okay, so now I know why. All
yeah.
right.
You should be right in the middle now. Can you hear
That's
me?
great.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. How you doing?
There we go.
Good morning or whatever. The link I put in the chat, I don't know what you guys were referring to as far as Tisdale goes, but these are just it's a quick scan over that Jen from Criminal Confidential and I went through on MK and Ultra the other day from Chris Engel.
I see that. Yeah.
I hadn't heard of the Tisdale ones, but if you want to pop those open real quick, you'll see what Engel said to his troops, and I can read it to you if you just want me to read it.
Yeah, if you want to read it, welcome Notaki before coffee. Good to see you. I can put it up here, but we'll have to mute if it's up here. So if you want to read it, I can throw it up here after the fact to show them what you're reading from or before. It's
right, because of the echo. Okay.
Yeah.
So from Chris Engel, he is the chief of police in Pullman, and this is on November 25th on 2022 at 10:18 p.m. As Commander Berkshire said, do not share information about the suspect vehicle or suspect, or even that there is a suspect, with anyone outside the department, including officers, deputies from other agencies. So they were forbidding their officers to share any information with the FBI, MPD, you name it. Avoid making any reference to the suspect or suspect vehicle over the radio. Or our AOA case number is 22P10635. So if they were going to talk about it, they had a fake case number ready. Please tag any media you need to upload with that case number and categorize as patrol-criminal. Put any supplements or other documents in K22 P10635 MPD AOA for now. We're not adding anything to Spillman until an arrest has been made or the case goes cold. And we're not
but stop 1 second. I'm gonna stop you because before we go any further with that, okay, like we were talking about before Kane popped up here with this is very interesting to me. Why would you do that in any case, and why can't you talk about it across the radio unless you think somebody else is going to hear this over the radio that shouldn't? Okay, because typically they have their own frequencies they talk, and not to worry about that kind of stuff. But That's very specific. Like he said, they created their own log number to log all this in, or case log to log this all in under. It's not related to the actual case, folks. That is a problem. That's a huge problem to me. But go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you, Kane. I just wanted to point out like how crazy this is. Okay.
This is the actual documentation. And if you want to pull it up,
yeah,
you'll
and
see
it shows. I think I can read because it won't echo if I read, but for some reason when you guys do, it'll pop up. Let me see if I can blow it up for you guys a little bit more. Okay, so where he left off, right here, it's and this is all here, folks. There it is. Okay. And it says update on the car info. The car is likely white, maybe still silver, light gray. The only other possible color is a light bronze, but that is highly unlikely. Please add cars that you find to the Loves spreadsheet. Who knows where Stephen Hain is? Have we contacted him since 10/4/22? Is this the same? Yeah.
There's other documents in there.
That's what I was looking. So that's probably a different file. But anyway,
Go ahead.
I'm just looking to see where it picks back up in this too. According to Moscow PD and FBI, we're looking for a 2012 to 13 Hyundai Elantra that's light colored, white, tan, or silver. So they never had, in the beginning, they didn't have this locked down as a white vehicle. They said white, tan, or silver. Okay, remember those three colors. Please, Bolo, for that vehicle, do not run the plates through Whitcomb. There it is again. Do not run the plates through 911. They don't want you running the plates through the 911 operators. That's odd. Run it through your MDC. Do not discuss what you're doing over the radio. Do not ask Whitcomb to do anything regarding this matter. Keep track of what you find. Sergeant Angle has been assigned as the Pullman liaison with Moscow PD. Relay all information through him. Do not discuss or disseminate this information with anyone outside the building. What the actual fuck? Are you serious? I've never in my life seen or heard of that happening in any case ever, you guys. Never. And I know I'm not the only one. Welcome. Typically, good to see you, dear. And Kane, I'm sure you can agree to that. And by the way, that's Aaron Brashears, Commander Pullman PD. So yeah, I've never seen that happen in a case before, where they're keeping all this under. Like, why? Okay, let me put it this way: if you have a possible suspect in a quadruple homicide, don't you think you want anybody that's surrounding the area, Latah County Sheriff's Office, the ISP, anybody that's in that radio frequency to know and to say to grab this guy if you see him? Isn't that typically what you would want to happen? No. And that's a good question. Did they think that Bryan may have had access to a radio? Interesting question, Moonlight. Very interesting question. Michigan Girl, good to see you. So yeah, go ahead, Kane. I wasn't trying to step on your toes. I just wanted to.
Echo.
Hold on. There we go. Go ahead, bud.
Okay, so I'm looking for the other one, and it's from Engel also as well, who's the chief of the Pullman Police.
The new chief, you mean after Jenke?
Yes, and I guess anyway, he is saying that if there's any reliable tips, to direct them to him, literally in the email. And if there's anything unreliable, send it, just like you were talking about before, send it to the tip line. Yeah. And don't inform other officers. If you read the beginning of that one, that's more or less what he's saying. And
you don't tell any other officers.
And I just wanted to back you up with the documentation. But this is Pullman. So now you've got Pullman keeping MPD out of the loop.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not, at this point, it has nothing to do with a Pullman investigation, right? As far as we know.
No, it shouldn't. It's all Moscow, and they're not even telling you to inform Moscow officers at this point. You need to talk to the liaison, Sergeant Angle, and he'll relay that information should he choose to, basically, whatever he wants to send them, which is odd to me. It's very weird, folks. Okay, why wouldn't you just put this out through Whitcomb over the radio and have all officers surrounding know this situation to be able to converge on this suspect if possible?
Well, Dago, it's just my opinion. The way it sounded is it's about the Tisdale patrol that night. He has to come up with some kind of explanation of why was that there? Because that's a big key to the whole thing in the narrative that they was trying to put on Bryan KOHBERGER, in my opinion.
Well,
and that's part of it.
Here's the other point Siggy just pointed out that I was going to say a few minutes ago, but this is the other side to this too, is they may know that there was possibly a police officer involved in this as well. And that officer does have access to radio traffic on all frequencies and to know these things. And that's why they may not have wanted to put it out. They can say that's not true, but what other reason would you have to go dark on something like this?
Now we know where the thought process between Kaylee and Rosie is coming from in that aspect.
It makes sense. It sure as hell could make sense. You ain't lying.
And also it kind of makes sense about the odd behaviors about the going over there on a noise complaint that really wasn't a noise complaint.
That does make that look way more suspicious for sure. But Kane, I mean, can you agree that would be a hell of a reason, a really good reason to keep this all radio traffic dark and everything quiet if there was the thought of a police officer being involved, possibly?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Dago.
It sure sounds that way.
I had a really intense Kaylee dream again last night. Not that that's anything connected. It was really wild. I just woke up from it and I saw your show. But also on the Purge, I did a MK and Ultra last night, and Meg P kind of kept me in check with it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I was on to something. The name of the live was, could University of Idaho and Pullman be a Fed training ground? But that's not where I'm going with this. Is it possible that the police came in and did something where they shot everybody and they used suppressors? So there's a possible chance you wouldn't hear it on the police, and then made it look like this horrible crime and chopped everybody up to take the bullets out, and then said, oh, this one guy was a psycho and he stabbed everybody up. And then you have Kathy Mabbitt, your medical examiner, to cover up for you. I said it was just kind of a thought in passing that I'd never really considered before. You know, some people have talked about Ethan's wounds, but with that possible, like Lucy Morningstar said, that's exactly how you would remove bullets, is to chop somebody up. So I don't know.
Now I do have issues with I agree with some of what you're saying. There's definitely some issues with the way things happened, and I did have a big issue when they brought out the fact that they made the statement about experimental injuries and post-mortem injuries. That was something that my ears went up for quickly. You know, that bothers me. Like somebody was sitting there playing around after the fact when they were already deceased. Why? For what reason? If this was listen, folks, I'm going to say this too. Again, I said this 3 years ago. I'm pretty sure it's been a while. But if this was a professional hit, bing, bang, boom, that's it. And they're done. They wouldn't have played these games. Okay. They'd have went in with a pew and dealt with it and walked away. End of story. And they wouldn't have left survivors. Okay. That is a professional hit. End of story. This is not anything like that. This is a whole, I mean, granted, I'm not saying this is not coordinated. I'm not saying that this isn't done by professionals, but this is not what you would categorize as what they call a professional hit. Okay. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't at all. Post-mortem injuries, experimental things like that. None of that's weird. That's all weird. And then we have, you know, we have two people that were left alive. That's very odd too. So go ahead.
I do remember seeing a picture of the outside of the back of the house with what looked like a bullet hole. But my question is, because Bethany says she saw a flash. If they did go in there with a silencer, you wouldn't hear the shot, but you'll see a flash. Could that be what she may have saw?
Well, she said in her interview yesterday, she finally said that it was like fire. Okay, so muzzle flash will come off like fire. And it was orange, but it's got to be like really close to her door, and she should have been staring at her door to see that, the bottom of her door. So other than that, those were her words. It looked like fire. If you guys were listening yesterday when I had that on, that's all she said. There was nothing more. She said she heard the firecracker pop and then the fire splash she saw. Well, I can't think of anything else that would do that other than a gun. If you guys can, please tell me, because I'm curious. Lana brought up, because it was in one of the reports she was reading about but that was all the way at the other end of the hallway in the office room where they found a Sensi light that had been busted. That would pop, yes. Would it make a fire-looking flash? I don't think so, but it would just pop. You know what I mean? And maybe it would flash real quick, but not like fire. I don't think, at least. If you bust a light bulb, you know how that goes. Welcome, Brandy B. Good to see you, Sky 1088. You as well. Thank you for joining us. And Annie Ruler, great to see you guys.
I was thinking about this, and it was on one of those videos we was watching. It was kind of going through the scenario of how it all may have happened. Okay. Well, Dylan said that she heard Maddie, or I don't know if it was Maddie or if it was Kaylee, running up and down the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
So in this scenario they was talking about was Kaylee was running on the second floor, headed downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody chased her downstairs with a gun. Let's just throw that out there. Okay, we play that scenario with a gun, with a silencer, and shot Kaylee. Picked her up, run her back upstairs to her room, and put her in the same room as Maddie. In that scenario.
Before or after she was deceased?
Before.
Okay. Okay. Which is possible. Very possible. But here's the thing.
If she was trying to run away and she was going downstairs where Bethany's at, because when you're walking in the front door, the very first thing you see is the stairs.
Yeah.
There's a little hallway right next door to the stairs that leads to Bethany's room.
Mm-hmm.
So she's having a silencer. Could it be that in this scenario, instead of Kaylee running outside of the front door, she just so happened to try to go into Bethany's room? And that's the reason why she saw the flash underneath the door. I'm just trying to put it all together.
I mean,
you know
here's the thing. If say somebody was shot at the end of that hallway by that front door, Bethany still could have saw a flash at the end of her bottom of her door, because that hallway, if the rest of the hallway is dark, okay, that light is going to light up that whole hallway, and she would see that under her door, of course. She said it was orange like fire. That's what her words were. So, yeah, I can imagine that. Here's the problem, though, is how did she not get out that door? And then you're going to say that, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying let's say that's what happened, is she was shot. And then they grabbed her and carried her all the way to the third floor and put her in her bedroom. I don't know. I mean, that person better be quite strong, and I'm not being demeaning by any means, but somebody that is deceased is dead weight, very heavy. Kaylee was not a very tiny person, so there was a little bit of extra weight there. So to carry somebody 3 floors up, while if after they've been shot, they're going to be dead weight, folks. I'm telling you, because I'm telling you the difference. I've removed multiple bodies. When somebody's gone, their body weight is way different than when they're alive. I don't know why that happens, guys. It's just what it is. Probably because every muscle in their body is relaxed when they're deceased. But it does make them heavier. It truly does. So whoever did that, that's one or two people could have done it, yes, and carried him up the third flight. But just saying, it's still an odd
And
thought.
should that be true, okay, if it did go down the way they said it that they did, when would Dylan have time to go down to Bethany's room in that scenario?
Well, it had to have happened
That's,
before or after she went down there. Yeah. This was when did that Dylan went downstairs at 4:23, I think it was. Don't quote me. I think it's around that time. So all of that went down before she went downstairs, I'm guessing. Which is still pretty crazy. Still pretty, I get it.
If you got a bunch of people in the house running around like that, I just I don't really see how that could play out like that.
No, because
I really don't.
I still think, and this could be because Dylan is still holding back. Okay. That there was a lot more screaming and yelling and more decipherable conversation that was probably had in that house that she's not talking about. Meaning things that were said that she knows were said, but she's not telling anybody what that is. I have a feeling that that's a probability. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Like, she's told us certain things she has heard. Like, don't worry, I'm here to help you, all that bullshit, okay? Again, I have very hard time believing anything that she stated because, for as far as I'm concerned, her entire story is completely fabricated, in my opinion. But some parts of it could be true. I think there's more that she heard and knows that she's not telling anybody. Does that make sense?
That's a good point, Dago, and that's exactly, I think, where all of us have landed now. Do we think that little Bethany and Dylan are these horrible unalivers that could tear apart four people and
No.
do it, in cold blood like that?
I don't believe that. No.
But I think we can all agree that they're hiding something.
Absolutely, 100%. Yes. Yeah.
So I think
why they're doing it. Why they're doing it. Is it fear? Is it because there's no care? I think the number one theory on that would be fear. Okay. There's a fear of something or someone, and that's why they're not repeating the other things that they know and telling the full truth on this out of fear of what could happen to them. And maybe they were forced to help in the situation as far as maybe cleanup or lies. If you don't do this, this, and this is going to happen to you. I can absolutely.
That's pretty cool you mentioned that, Kane, because I'm wondering too, from Bethany's point of view. Okay, in what aspect was somebody not feel comfortable about going to law enforcement about something?
Being threatened.
Now, as far as Bethany's
or fear,
from what we know, she called her mother and she called her dad. We come to find out her mother's in law enforcement or is involved in some kind of way in law enforcement. Might be an attorney or something. And I think her dad was like a dentist. I could see a scenario should law enforcement was involved in this and she knows it and she knows that she can identify the person, that she just don't want to go to law enforcement at all. And that's the reason why some in her interview, I kind of got away from, she was saying a lot, but not saying nothing at all. She didn't really reveal anything. I got more out of Dylan's interview than I did to Bethany. I felt like Bethany was more trying to detach herself away from that whole situation. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, she put a lot of I don't knows in there for sure. Let me ask Dago, are you back? Wait for Dago. I want to ask him a question.
Say that again, bud. I didn't hear you.
Take a second, bro. I got a question for Meg. So where Meg kind of reeled me in, I was reading a comment from somebody in the chat last night that said, "What if Molly's crew came in and did a robbery, and this led to my conjecture, like, oh, what if somebody went and did the robbery? The cops were called and came and shot everybody up in the house, thinking they were the ones breaking in, which was pretty wild. I agree with her on that. But have we seen a interview with Bethany where she talks about somebody in black outside her window or somebody naked outside her window? Have we seen that yet, Dave? I don't remember.
Nah, no. I have to
And
run the second half of her interview from Nevada still. But oh shit, I just lost what I was getting ready to say. There was something
well,
else.
with the Nevada one, you speak about Lana. She says that they're the detectives in Nevada weren't privy to crime scene photos. However,
Right.
they're big city cops, and they're actually doing their jobs. And you may discuss this also. I think they are asking excellent questions, and then over the phone, at key points, you have Blaker come in and say like, "Oh, but you're okay with that, right, Bethany?" And kind of cover and screw up basically their line of question. And it's like he was directed by Hitler himself. Did, had you caught on to that one?
Yeah, that, and I will now tell you the other thought because I just remembered it. You brought that up about Molly, okay? When Tesdale states that he saw, or Rosenthal, I'm sorry, states they saw the taillights to what I'm going to tell you is I'm believing Molly's car, and then saw 3 or 4 people walking towards the 1122 house. Why is it so hard to believe that Molly brought people there, whether it's to rob or to do this shakedown possibly, and it went bad, or they went in and did what they were there to do? Okay, and those people came with Molly. She brought them to the house possibly. She's out walking around, checking things out, being a lookout. She walks into the road, everything's clear. She's on her phone. Okay, go ahead and go in, do this, do that, or whatever. I have a strong, I can very comfortably say that I have no trouble believing that Molly brought people to that house to do some damage. And that's what Tesdale thinks he saw with people walking towards the house that night. Because it's kind of convenient that her car is parked here and those people are coming from there, and it's all kind of within the same realm. I mean, it's another theory. Okay.
Out of the camera range. I got you. I'm with
Yes, out of the camera range, 100%. So it just makes me wonder.
I just want to point out something real quick about the relationship between Bethany and Dylan. What I think really, really threw me was when
Go ahead and keep
Dylan
talking.
said something
I
about.
gotta go grab something real quick. Keep going, though. I can hear you.
But Dylan said something about to Bethany about she saw a figure clad in black. Bethany stated that not Dylan, Xana was dressed in all black that night. And I'm wondering if Bethany kind of thought that Dylan actually was trying to tell her, no, he was probably looking at Xana. You just thought you saw something. Kind of makes me wonder if the relationship between Bethany and Dylan was more, how could I say, Bethany thinks that she's crazy and she knows she's crazy.
I think
That's what I got out of
Dylan
that.
definitely has some huge anger issues for sure. And yeah, if anybody going wild and doing this, it would definitely come from her. I agree.
I kind of, I think we can all relate to that because I'm sure we all have a buddy or a friend or we met somebody who's kind of way out there, It's, it's
Yeah, and
crazy
they
like
get
that,
drunk and they do stuff and they don't even remember it, right?
Right.
And it's very possible there's no stopping them. Where we have to look now is where does Kohberger fit in all this? It seems to be to me through the press that it really bothered them that Kohberger was coming into town trying to help these redneck cops get up to date on the internet. Um, but I pulled an article, and it just shows you how far they'll go. Last night on the show, that the headline was Kohberger says he can't pay for earns. That was the whole result of the hearing the other day. I'm like, did the person that wrote this headline even watch the hearing at all? But it's the other thing about the press is up and law enforcement is that they've gone as far as they can up till now to hide the fact that there was any kind of drugs involved in this case whatsoever. And now it's coming out, even in what is it, Jasmine or Jenna's interview, that I've seen Xanny use Adderall, and I don't know, and the kids are still covering something up. There's more to it than that, than just once in a while popping a pill. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it's kind of like what I was saying earlier. The reason why, what's the big detachment from Bethany's point of view about this? Why does she just want to separate herself totally without knowing? There's got to be something within the law enforcement or some authority figure over it that she just don't feel comfortable about opening up to.
She's terrified, man. I mean, look at what they did to the four. You know what I mean? It's like, do you want to end up like that? And she knows that she's withholding something, which is why she asked from Nevada, will I be arrested if I come back to Idaho? And so not only is her fear of being arrested, there's a fear of whatever she's not saying coming out. I think.
Welcome, Anna D. Good to see you. Interesting theory. Interesting. Welcome, Kelly Land. Good to see you as well.
It makes me wonder if she could probably identify some big, huge players she knows that was involved in all this.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I think they both could identify who did this, truly did this, because I think we even heard in Dylan's newer interviews that we've watched, Dylan clearly say that she believed it was somebody that knew them. Just as much as Kaylee's mother said in the very, very, very beginning. It's not hard to believe. Of course, it's probably somebody that knew you or you knew, one of the two. Welcome back, Chickbait. So that's not very, very hard to think of. Hello, Miss Krista. Good to see you. Reality's in the house. Thank you for joining us. So yeah, very, very plausible in my opinion. Just saying.
Well, yeah, like what I was saying while you're gone is what we need to do is factor in Kohberger now. Where does he fit in? He's kind of the linchpin in the connection to the case, because was he in Molly's car? Did he find something out about Pullman PD that he wasn't supposed to know and frame for this just a la carte? Or remember we were talking about the other day, did Kaylee go and knock on that offender's door and stir something up over there? I mean, there's a lot of possibilities, but anyway, I got to step down. I just wanted to back you up with that document. Doing a great job. I got to get to work here in a little bit. So
sounds good, brother. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you every time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Take care, buddy. All right. Appreciate your input, Kane, as always. Any thoughts thus far, Hemisphere? Anything else to add to that?
No, I just think that we're on the right track. It's just, we're still trying to, plug some gaps into it. But until we see something to implicate Brian Kohlberger and how he would fit in all this, if he was uh, trying to look for a fix and just, put him in that area, but I just don't see it. I have not seen that. Everything that I've seen so far has led away from Brian Kohlberger, if anything. It hasn't implicated him at all.
Right. I agree with that. There's nothing. I can't find anything that puts Brian anywhere near this.
I mean,
Anywhere.
early on, we talked about Brett Kopacker earlier, but the reason why is because they was trying to establish, okay, if they knew each other, it would be hard to believe that Brian Kohlberger, if anything, was driving Brett Kopacker around. And should he be in that neighborhood, it's probably because they was out trying to get some drugs or
Could be.
something.
Could be. That could be. Like I said, it's not out of the realm of possibility for me. So very well could be. Now, I will say there's stuff that I have to present today that I'm going to be reading through, or whoever's going to be reading through. It's quite interesting about this situation. Who was the one that found Brian's car in Pullman? I can't remember his name. It was a Pullman police officer. There was two of them actually. I can't remember their names right now. It just doesn't come to my. Welcome, Mister Girl. Krista Marie's in the house. Good to see you again, guys. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. If you want to join me in Hemisphere, you're more than welcome to. Please do if you feel like it. I appreciate it very much. Candy Girl, good to see you. I think BK took that plea because he knew he was already convicted by public of due trial. That's a good point, and it's probably a big part of it, Candy. I agree with you on that. What were you saying, bud?
I was just going to make mention to early on, Judge kind of made a little slip and brought Kopacker's name out of his mouth. And that's under oath.
Yeah, I
That's
remember.
in court. That's all I have on that. But yeah.
I got you. Actually, we found out yesterday, Leah. Welcome, by the way, that Bethany said that Dylan told her that the guy she saw clad in black had a big nose. The first time I've ever heard that. First time it's ever came out. Because we also were told before that Dylan was shown a picture of Brian and said, with the nose like that, I think I'd remember that. But that's kind of new to me. Just saying. Let's see here. All right, I don't think there's anything. Siggy and Mike, welcome. Wonderful to see you today. Ryan Anderson, my friend, good to see you as well. I take Atlanta's show ended. Hello, Aggie, good to see you. Bethany has a link to Zach McClure. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're married now. I knew that. And that was her best friend, from my understanding. Jenna was. Bethany said Dylan said that. Yeah, right. She doesn't say it. 100% she doesn't say it. That's what I'm saying. They're not 100% working out with each other in that aspect. You know what I mean? So.
And that's another thing I noticed about that interview with Bethany too. It was everything was Dylan. Dylan said this. Dylan said that. Dylan told me this. Dylan told me that.
Well, I said that from the beginning. It makes you wonder how much Bethany truly knew, or how much was led, like how much was fed to her by Dylan. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but you understand where I'm coming from, and the way I'm looking at it is total detachment from Bethany. This total detachment. She wants nothing to do with it at all. Period.
Absolutely.
And that's what I'm getting after. It's all that Dylan's crazy. she thinks crazy. This is the way she does. This is who Dylan is. So, and I'm sure we all have friends like that. We've come across people like that you know we just think that's just crazy. We just don't want to have nothing to do with them. Period.
No, I get it. I get it completely. Let me see here. Can I find this? Yep, there we go. Okay, welcome. Need some Z's. Good to see you. Make sure I got every Miss Teresa Aggie. I never received that email you were talking about, Aggie. Let me double check it one more time. Now that we're here, just to make sure I didn't miss it, but I did never receive it. I just didn't want you to think I was ignoring you. Unless it came under a different name or something, I don't see it anywhere. So I just wanted you to know that I wasn't ignoring you. If you did send it, it may have went through the wrong email or something possibly. They can no longer claim feeling no danger. Why sprint downstairs more like they were marauded, ordered to stay in their rooms. But yeah, it makes sense, Christine. It does. Yeah, no, I know. Zach is Jenna McClure's brother. Absolutely. And that's who Bethany's married to now. It's quite interesting, to say the least. Wonder if they used all that money that they received from the victims fund to pay for the wedding. Mama J, good to see you. Marty Podrell, welcome back. There is something off about Blaker being involved. That's what I was saying yesterday. I think Annie pointed it out too. That Sergeant Blaker is involved in more than Brett Payne is who's the lead investigator. Blaker's involved in everything. Who the hell is he? That he's so important? Why is Payne not there? You know what I mean? It's crazy. I've never seen anything like that. Welcome, me. Good to see you. That's possible. It's very possible. All right, you guys. Let me get this up here. Blow it up so you can see it a little bit bigger. Oh, wrong tab. I'm going to read some of it. Oh, that's a little too big because now I can't see the sides of it. I thought this was quite interesting, and I wanted to review and go over this with you guys wholeheartedly because I was like, wait a minute now. If you read between the lines, it kind of tells you the story a little bit, in my opinion. Greg McNeely, wonderful to see you as well. Everyone in Poland, Moscow received active shooter at Wazoo. Even in Indiana, Thai food and Kopaka were rabbit holes, in my personal opinion. Okay, gotcha. Great to see you today, me. Thank you for joining us. I love your avatar. It's cute. Meanie's in the house. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. I don't know if you heard me about Miss Tandy and Tomboy. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you very much. See, we got Tandy. Or we had Tomboy. And Jesus. I don't see any other blue. Okay. Either way, thank you for being here. I appreciate you very much. Okay. So, let me pull this up here.
I hadn't seen Senior in chat.
He was in here a little bit ago. Senior Wazowski.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in here a little bit ago. I don't know if he popped out or not, but he was in here. Moonlit. There's Moonlit there. If we can drop Senior Wazowski's link, ladies, please. And then I think typically Unique was in here, hers as well. And any other creators that you see in here, if we could please drop their links, I'd really appreciate it. Okay. Betty David's Eyes, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. It would take a real psychopath like KOHBERGER to do what was done to Kaylee, and even. Oh, so have you seen his psychological background, Betty Davis? I mean, to make a statement like that, I would imagine you would have, which I've never seen it, but it doesn't show anything about him being ever diagnosed as a psychopath. I did see that he was diagnosed with autism and dyspraxia, but never psychosis or anything like that. So just curious if you saw something we didn't see. There's typically, I see her now. Okay, guys, so this is interesting. These are the case correspondence between, K-Bass is in the house. Congrats, welcome to the sauce. Another meatball in the house. Thank you, Moonlit, for that link. Guys, please make sure to go subscribe to Senior Wazowski. He's been putting out some great stuff, and I appreciate him very much for doing it. And he's got some understanding in this, guys. He's, again, a retired Baltimore City police officer, so to see it from his aspect would make some sense. And the visual snow chick bait, correct. Good point. Miss Charlene, welcome. Good to see you. All right, and again, I want to thank Hemi for joining me up here today. Appreciate it very much. All right, guys, so MPD case number 22-M09903, correspondence. This is from, let me see here. David Bird, welcome, my friend. Good to see you. Yeah, right. Thank you for that diagnosis. I never saw it, but maybe you did. I don't know. That's Truth Seekers in the house. Good to see you. That's interesting. So from Riley Nolan, this was put out Wednesday, November 16th at 11:32 a.m. This is 3 days after the murders happened. Okay, so 3 days into the case, guys. Because as of right now, the knife sheath is their only item of evidence. They have no other evidence, is what we're being told. We have had some recent developments in the last few minutes. Some recent, we are rolling a crime scene team up there right now. Now, this was on the 16th, folks. Okay, something happened on that day of the 16th that sparked some interest, and they were running CSI up there at that moment. Okay. And she threw the names out, probably Jenny, Carrie, Tara, Haley, and Wyatt, if they are all available, and possibly Ann. This is Moscow PD's case. ISP is assisting, but Moscow is the lead. Bill Thompson at the prosecutor's office is involved and will be POC for PTC, and that's point of command, I believe. For PTC, I'm not 100% what that is. There's his email address they throw out, phone numbers, and everything. And again, I've told you guys multiple times, Bill Thompson was the number one, the big boss in charge of everything. Everybody went through him for everything in this case, which is still odd to me, but okay. The autopsies are occurring today in Spokane. Matthew is going to call their office to let them know what we need specifically for major case prints, and that we need DNA references. Here it is, folks. 3 days in. They do now have a suspect. Long name there. God, I wish I could see it. They are following him to get surreptitious DNA samples. He does have whatever that is there. Blank, blank. I don't have a name to check. We expect the references and major case prints along with one of the victim's fingernail clippings and scrapings. I don't know what they will collect to be submitted tomorrow. Tina will be the person performing the processing on the sheets for latents. Their evidence person is on vacation this week. Mariah is filling in and has been in contact with Karen, Shannon, Mickey, and Jade. That's Jade Miller, folks. She's trying her best, but there could be some things not quite right on pre-log that we will do our best to work it out. Signed, Rylan Nolan, forensic lab manager, ISP, blah, 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 blah. All right, so let's see here. Again, and all these people were tagged in it. So this is another one that comes out. These are the emails back and forth between these guys, okay? This is still on the 16th, 10:12 a.m., so on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. I was just informed a trooper will be delivering a knife sheath from the scene today. They are requesting DNA latents, and if we see any trace, to preserve that and to notify Matthew so that he can arrange trace analysis. They do not have a suspect, or they do now have a suspect, I'm sorry, and are requesting this be rushed to try to develop any possible leads. They have been made aware we will need reference samples and major case prints from all 4 victims. They also indicated it appears that one of the victims fought back, and they have requested fingernail samples from her be collected at autopsy. I believe the autopsies are happening today or tomorrow, and my guess would be that they will happen in Spokane. But I do not have confirmation on that. This is 3 days in, you guys. 3 days. All right, hold on a minute here. 1 second. I'm sorry. Now, before we go any further, any thoughts after hearing all this here, real quick, Hemi? Are you still there?
Echo.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so, is it echoing? Okay, there you go. Any thoughts after hearing what I just read to you?
It's funny how they redact names to keep us from knowing what they don't want us to know, right?
Absolutely.
Would love to know the name. Well, yeah. I mean, I was just wondering if all the DNA samples they took from the house, did they fully take all of it?
Oh no, they had to go back a couple times, but this is obviously not Bryan Kohberger, but they do now have a suspect 3 days in. We were told in what do you call it? The press conferences, I think 17th, or no, the 15th, I can't remember the dates, but they happened. We were told they had nobody, okay? But they had a suspect, okay? And it's not Bryan Kohberger. 3 days in, and whoever this is, it makes me wonder, is this, that's why I titled it like this, the actual suspect or one of them, and they let him go so that they could put Bryan in that spot? Whoever this person is has a long name, okay? And it could be John Jack Showalter because it's a long name. I'm not saying it is or it's not, you guys. I'm just saying because we do know he was a person of interest and a suspect at one point. But just saying. And it says one of them fought back. But we know that at least at the minimum 2 did. At the very minimum 2 did. Just saying.
It very well could be Jack Showalter.
It could be. It could be. Because I know he was a suspect and a subject in the beginning. Thank you, Tom Boy. That's number 2. Well, let me check it. I believe that's number 2 on our goal. Yep, number 2 on our goals. Thank you, Tom Boy. Very much appreciated. So appreciated. Thank you.
I made mention couple times ago since we talked about the December 19th. There was a hearing where Ann Taylor was asking Brett Payne about December 19th. And to know it's in these documents you can be coming up on that actually it was December 5th. That's huge.
Right.
Big.
Right.
Because it pretty much caught Payne in a lie that they was on his trail at December the 5th, not December 19th.
Very good point. Very good point. All right. On I go. Oh,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead and do your thing. I'm
All right, moving on. This is from Bill Thompson, okay, to Jade Miller. And it says, caution, this email originated outside the state of Idaho network. Verified links and attachments, blah, blah, blah. Good morning, Jade. Just got back in the office and was reading your email, as Jeff was also calling, meaning Jeff Talbot. Yes, you have our permission to consume any samples collected from the sheath. Please let us know if you need anything else. If you all need anything else. They want to consume it all, use it all up. So consume. I think I heard Lana doing that today or yesterday. But anyway, please note that no, we don't need it. This message is confidential, legally privileges unless you're intended recipient. And we don't need that. Anyway, moving on. I am writing external email. Hello, Bill. This is from Jade Miller to Bill. I'm writing regarding the above mentioned case to ask for permission to consume any samples. This was the email beforehand. I'm sorry. Collected from the knife sheath We feel it's necessary to consume any samples collected from the knife sheath in order to have the best chance of obtaining results. Let me know if you have any questions. Thank you. All right, on we go again. There's a lot of you adding these confidentiality notices to these things, so on and so forth. Updated audit log. Hold on. Let me scroll down to where we are. Okay. Trying to find. Oh, Miss Tanny, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Number 3 on the goal. Keeping that coffee hot and brewing. Appreciate that very much, both you guys. All of you that have donated to that so far. Appreciate that very much. All right, hold on here, you guys. I'm trying to get to the next. Okay. Item description has changed on the. There's another correspondence case. Where'd it go? 1 second here. Okay, so swab of edges on handle side to swab edges on handle portion. Reason for change, description updated. So they changed that on there. I'm sure you guys have seen this with somebody else, other creators out there. Swab of edges on knife side to swab of edges on blade portion. Again, description update. Welcome, Annie Ruler. Good to see you. Hold on. I'm just trying to get through some of the. There's some more of these. Okay. From Jade Miller again to Bill Thompson. These emails are interesting, you guys. Thank you, Bill. We will definitely have a list of all samples that are consumed, and that information will also be within any notes, reports that are issued. Oh, thank you, Miss Kelly. Appreciate that. Number 3, or no. Hold on. That's number 4. Oh, wow. Nice. Number 4. Got to have the coffee brewing to be having the talking. There you go. Thank you so much, Miss Kelly. Very generous. God bless. Appreciate that very much. Thank you, Bill. We will definitely have a list. I read that already. Sorry, you guys. And that comes from Jade Miller. By the way, for those who didn't remember, Jade was the forensic scientist 3, the DNA supervisor, okay, out of the Idaho Police Forensic Services. So this is not Othram, by the way. This is when they were trying to get the stuff done before it went to Othram. We have no concerns. We need answers. If you all could keep a running list of which samples are consumed, that would be helpful. And it says, Jeff, please chime in if you have any different thoughts. Oh, All Star dropped one. Thank you so much. Well, we're starting to get there, you guys. Starting to get there. That's number 5 out of 20. That's amazing. God bless. Appreciate that very much, All Star. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I just lost it. Hold on, you guys. Oh, Echo dropped one too. Number 6. We're getting there. Damn. Appreciate that so very much. What happened to my... There it is. Okay. God bless you guys. Echo's number 6. And amazing. Appreciate that so very much. S3 and Skis 3. I think I'm saying that right. From Sean. Much love, brother. Thank you very, very, very much. I appreciate that. Amazing. Another one. And then we got much love from Rusty Bobby. Thank you, Rusty. I appreciate you, sis. This is Tomboy's daughter. We appreciate that very much. Amazing. Wow, you guys are awesome. Rusty Bobby. We love her. And Meg dropped one. I am a follower. Well, I appreciate you very much. And thank you so much. Wow, you guys are awesome. Thank you all so very much. Very much appreciated. Dang. 9 out of 20. Only 11 more to hit that. Very cool. Very cool. Oh, and Sean is the other one. Okay. Gotcha. That makes sense. These are both Tomboy's kids here. So thank them both, and thank you. I appreciate you, Tomboy, very much. Thank you, False Star, for number 10. Holy hell. 10 more. Tomboy. Thank you, Rusty. I appreciate you, sis. Welcome, Anastasia Moipa. From what I've seen so far, he's completely irrelevant. Kopaka wasn't his friend. Bryan went to police to ask them if he possibly could work for them, and all this happened. Good point. Thank you, Anastasia. I think that says Anastasia. Mystica, welcome. Good to see you. Wow. Yes, I got it from the whole family today. Tomboy, Tandy, Sean, and I'm going to call him by his name, and Rusty. I got it from all you guys. I love you guys very much and appreciate you very much too. Thank you so much for that. 10 out of 20. We're getting there. Absolutely, we are. Oh, welcome, Diane. Good to see you today. Great to have you with us.
I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, she stated one of them fought back, right? But the autopsies hadn't been done yet. Correct?
She said that they were happening that day in the correspondence, the one that I just read.
Yeah, but she already stated one of them fought back. How would she know that if the autopsies weren't complete?
That's a good question. Probably, well, maybe now that's said by looking at the take care typically. Thanks for joining us, dear. Maybe by looking at maybe Xana, because her hands were all cut up, possibly just from it was probably just a guess, in my opinion, at that point.
Yeah, but you don't put a guess in a
No, I
homicide of 4 people. You usually wait till the autopsy is done, and then you go, well, the autopsy showed this and blah, 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 blah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Unless you had somebody who was in the house and said, hey, that little one fought back.
No, it makes sense. It's a good question. It is. Like I said, the only thing I can think of is defensive wounds, because you can pretty much look at certain people and tell. Like, I've been on different scenes where I can look at somebody and say, I know how she got those because she was defending herself, or he, you know what I mean? That's what I was thinking. Maybe just by looking at the coroner setup, those are defensive wounds, so on and so forth, or the investigators. And that at that point, they believe that that's what happened. That's the only guess I could have on that, to be honest with you. Aggie says she said by the defensive wound location, so that would be the best guess, in my opinion. That's why I was saying that. The hands, the arms, things like that.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. No, I'm not disputing that.
Right.
But normally,
no, I get it.
The autopsy, and then they go, well, this is what the autopsy showed.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And
that's a good point. Very good point to make.
The fact that, they, and I do, I firmly believe, remember Steve G, there's an informant, and he was going to meet with them.
Mm-hmm. I believe that's Molly. That's my opinion at this point.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Oh, 1 second, folks.
Okay.
Do we even know when they took the bodies out of the house?
I heard it was the next day, I think. Which I find weird, but who knows?
Everything about this case has been weird. I'm just saying, if these, in the time frame that they have said that this happened, and so the bodies pretty much stayed there from 4 o'clock in the morning till 5, 6 o'clock the next day. That's awful long time for bodies to be laying there.
I agree with that, but there's nothing about this case that makes any sense at all.
Yeah,
I mean,
and then
No.
let's not forget that early on, the coroner came out and said that she didn't understand where the law enforcement got the K-bar from, because the wounds don't match the K-bar. That's
Yeah,
coming from the coroner. Now, as far as the autopsies and all that stuff, I can imagine that they've been trying so hard to cover up a lot of stuff and limit a lot of information that's coming out. I mean, for the Gonzalez to finally have the answers to Kaylee the day of the sentencing, it says a lot. I mean, how to keep it away from the public is one thing, but to keep it away from the families, that's a totally different deal.
Did the defense have all the information that we're looking at right now?
Yeah.
Or did they just get it?
All this stuff that we're going through right now would have come out of trial had they gone to trial. I'm hoping and praying that it does wind up going to trial. It needs to.
Oh, I don't think it's going to trial.
I hope so.
I agree. It totally needs to, because this is, I don't understand the families. I am sorry for their loss. I can't even imagine the pain they're going through. But I would not accept this if I was them at all.
Mm-mm.
It just, you have other DNA at the crime scene, their blood. Well, it didn't happen, the day before. It happened during the crime. Somebody got cut, somebody got injured, and their blood is there. And how that's just, the families go, oh, well, okay, well, he's in jail, no big deal. He's in prison, he'll never get out. Let's move on with our. No, somebody murdered your child. Don't you want to know who it was?
Yeah, I kind of picked up on that too. It's kind of a big attitude, or the not attitude, but the mentality of let's just sweep this all up underneath the rug and call
All
it
right,
that.
sorry about that, guys. The
I
boss
just-
lady called.
It's just lazy. It's just lazy
Anyway. Didn't mean to
investigation.
interrupt. Go ahead, sir. Keep talking. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I don't know if it's lazy. If it,
So
like I said,
I
if
can
it was
describe
my
it.
child, and they came at me with this, and I'm going through everything, and I go, wait a minute, there's other DNA there. Whose DNA is that? Whose blood?
Right. Oh, I get it. Totally.
That's what. So I'm not understanding. There's something that's just not adding up correctly when the families have accepted. Okay, well, he's in prison, no big deal. No, who murdered your child is out running around.
Basically, welcome, Jenny. Said she's new here and not familiar. She thought the case was closed. It's wonderful to have you here. We appreciate your questions. Don't worry. We will try to answer best we can. It's wonderful to have you here. Let's see.
That's kind of like why I get furious with Steve, because he has that FB, F. Bill Thompson this and all that, right? And then
Right?
on the other side of it, it's well, they got the guy, so we're good on that. Well,
My
if he
problem-
lied to you, my argument is if he lied to you about your own daughter and everything else surrounding that, who's to say that he lied about Brian Kohlberger?
I totally, I agree with you. My problem is with insolvencies is you're ready and able to accept money, but you're not ready and able to accept somebody's blood is at that crime scene.
Bingo.
And it's not Brian's.
Bingo.
And you're not going, wait a minute, whose blood is that? Oh, but give me some money. That I have a problem with. And at first, well, cops make mistakes and blah, blah, and maybe they got overwhelmed. Are they just that stupid? No. This was well orchestrated. This was well planned out.
They're not stupid at all, in my opinion.
No.
No, this took some thought and some brains.
And it's not frat boys that you're covering for. I agree, Dago. They had to have, they needed to get this case closed and, but set in stone so they, the town. I understand the college, the university, is their source of income. I get that.
Right.
Totally understand it.
Stay busy.
But I don't, like I said, I don't think it's frat boys that they're covering for.
Well, and I can agree with you. I'm not going to say that I don't have a feeling about the possibility that the frat boys could have some involvement. But I don't.
Yeah.
They're not the top of the totem pole, though. Let me put that out, okay? I don't ever want anybody to think that's what I think, because I don't. To play devil's advocate, Ellie changed some of what Dylan. Oh yeah, they sure did. They changed, and that's the thing we got to understand is a lot of the statements that we've seen in the interviews from Dylan and Bethany, they're not their own words. They've taken things that they've said and completely turned them into their own statements. That's where the whole clad in black king came from. The bushy eyebrows. The bushy eyebrows was never stated by Dylan ever. Never. So the entire listen, folks. At this point, if you've read the PCA, throw it away, please. Please throw it in the garbage because, or you, if you want to keep it, save it maybe for toilet paper. If you run out, do it because that's all it's worth now at this point. It is a document that should have never existed. I think that document was put out there to keep everybody at bay for 2 years, 3 years until they got to where they needed to be in this case to be able to release certain things. And there it is. The documents never meant anything, folks. It's garbage. Truly, it's garbage.
Anybody who did an interview with Bethany or Dylan and went, yes, they're victims, they need to be fired.
Yeah. They're not victims at this point, you guys. Not even close. No.
They're liars.
See, and that's part of what happened. I almost wonder if it was kind of a ploy to keep people quiet for a while. Okay, they played these two out to be victims in this case in a bad way. So everybody felt bad and then let them be their victims. Okay, and that kept people quiet about them and had people not looking into him. Not as many people, I should say. Hold on. I can tell you right now, if I was in the house and something like that happened, I wouldn't be sleeping. Neither one of them slept that night at all, Jenny. Neither one of them. That's been proven.
Yeah. Oh, well, I went to sleep.
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, there was no sleep.
And that's who you're going to put on the stand?
Yeah, an very unreliable witness. No, please do, and feel free to come, through here at any time. Ask any questions, please do. Always happy to answer as many as we can.
And Dago, I told you before, Dylan was too comfortable to walk out of that door.
Mm-hmm.
She had no idea if anybody was left in the house at all.
Yeah. Well, in a normal circumstance, okay. No, she didn't. She didn't know who was in there or out. If this would have been a normal situation, okay. And I don't want to put this out there like that, but if this was something you were going through, Diane, okay, and you were in the house, and all this went down the way they said, and your friend was downstairs on the bottom floor, and you not knowing if somebody else was in that house, would you run downstairs? Would you leave your bedroom?
No.
6 feet of your bedroom?
No.
Nobody would. But unless you knew something for sure, right?
Bingo.
That's my point with that, okay? It seems like you had to have known for sure there's nobody left in the house. It's safe. I'm going down. You don't know how many people were in the house. You don't know if it was just that one person you saw or 3 or 4 more. That house could have been full of people at that time, but you didn't know that, did you? No, you didn't. Or did you? That's the point I'm trying to make.
When she, and I have a problem with the 8-hour delay in calling 911. I have huge problems with Dylan and Bethany.
I think a lot of us do at this point now. A
But
lot of it,
you're being interviewed, and you say, I just don't know why he didn't. Nothing happened to me. What?
mm-hmm.
She almost sounded disappointed.
Oh yeah, I agree.
And I thought, wait a minute.
Well, at that one point through Dylan's interview, I don't know if you were listening that day, if you were in here, we were going through it, and she said, or they said something about, remember when she was talking about how they deep clean the house, and I don't know how it would be kind of hard for you to find DNA, which we all kind of went sideways and went, what the hell did she just say? So yeah, and he said, or Gooch, it was Vicky Gooch's interview. She said, yeah, actually, just to let you know, we do have something. In Dylan's voice, she was like, oh, you do, like she was like, uh-oh, or surprised or something. That kind of told me something. I'll just say that much.
Why would you throw out there? Now, see, if I'm sitting there, the last thing I'm going to say, well, you may not find nothing because, we cleaned really good.
Yeah, that was, which means nothing because that was the weekend before the murders happened.
Yeah.
That's kind of a dingbatty thing to say, but a lot of this came out recently. There's 2,356 pages that were dropped from ISP, Jenny. I don't know when the last time was you saw anything drop, but there's a lot. We've been going through a lot of it, all these new interviews, but body cams, all sorts of stuff we've been reviewing and kind of putting it all together. But again, feel free to ask any questions you need to. I'm here every day covering this kind of stuff and going through every little bit of it that I can. So anything you need to know, please let us know. We'll try to answer your questions the best we can.
And then I thought, I agree with Steve G. Maybe Bill Thompson's getting dementia. Nope. He fully knew.
He knew what he was doing.
That's right.
He did know what he was doing the whole time. Again, that's why the man said, you don't do nothing without talking to me first, because he had to approve everything. I know that the prosecutor is the one that's in charge of prosecuting the cases, but I've never seen it like this, where it's got to be, you can't do nothing until you talk to me first completely, when you have two lead investigators on this. That shouldn't be, at least not in my opinion. You know what I mean? I think it's very odd. And I've told you guys for a long time now that I did not ever believe that Brett was the lead detective in this case. I think ISP did a lot of the footwork, and then the FBI stepped in and did the rest. So that's just me.
Since you said FBI, my thoughts for how this has all gone down.
Mm-hmm.
The FBI was in charge of everything. This is their, because I do think that the prosecution and law enforcement, they are slightly dumb in Moscow, but the FBI, because I think about this, literally, there's statements. Hey, we're going to use up all the DNA. Well, what about the defense? Don't they get to test it, look at it, analyze it by their own experts?
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to consume the whole thing? And then Bill talk, oh, go ahead. What? He knows the defense is entitled to test that.
Mm-hmm. Good point. Very good point.
And
what did you think about the statement when I was reading through the correspondence here, that on day number 3 that they had a suspect that they were following around, trying to get DNA from, so on and so forth, and that's obviously wasn't BRYAN. And that's
no.
So what are your thoughts on that?
They have an informant, and that informant, and let everybody know who was in the house. That's the only way, in my opinion, unless somebody can think of something else. Because it didn't come out of Dylan, it didn't come out of Bethany, and where's that exculpatory evidence Bethany had?
That's what I'm starting to wonder about. We've been talking about that a little bit here and there. No, he did not confess to it, Jenny. He accepted the charges that were given to him in the plea deal. The confession he would have had some information to add to it if he would have given an actual confession, but he didn't. All he did was accept the charges that they laid on him, and that's that. So
You can't get his phone calls from the jail or the prison. They're not releasing them. Why is that? Because he's on the phone to his mom going, "Well, I didn't do this."
I'm sure. I'm sure.
You know,
And they're also not going to be releasing the interviews from Pennsylvania, the interrogation, none of that. They're not going to be releasing any of that. And you got to ask why at this point. Why? If he's in jail and he's taking the plea deal, what's the matter now? Why can't we see those interviews? Why? And it makes you wonder, is there something within those interrogation interviews that we're not supposed to know? The only thing I can think of.
and again, I'm going to go back to the families. Has it not? I mean, think about this. You can get. He tattooed his face up and murdered 2 women in Florida. His phone calls are. You can listen to them and everything.
Oh yeah.
But you're not going to hear Brian's?
There is nothing about this case that's like any other normal case. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Every document we've read, there's some form of lie through it. Every bit of this case is backwards from what it should be.
I personally, I would not have taken any plea deal at all. And that's just me.
I don't think any of us would have at that point, unless there's listen, I've been saying this and I'll stick with this too. There is something in here that we don't know. Okay. There's something that's attached to him, to his side of things, that's not in the documents, that's never been talked about, that we don't know about. And that, in my opinion, is the main reason why Bryan Kohberger took a deal. There's something there that we don't know about, that we're not supposed to know about, in my opinion.
Do you remember, and I could have this wrong because God knows there's a lot of fucked up shit. Sorry about my language. But with Judge, where Ann said, well, he'll talk to just you and tell you.
Mm-hmm. I remember that. Yeah.
So he knows something.
Yeah, and I think they wanted to have a well, one of you guys help me with this. It's a special type of
Ex parte.
Ex parte. Thank you, Diane. Yeah, they wanted to have an ex parte meeting in judge's quarters, and he was gonna he would talk to Triple J, but nobody else was supposed to be there, and I'm like, why? Okay, there's a lot of little things in this case that have me going, what's this mean? What's that mean? Why did this happen? Why did that happen? Bryan being away for a period of time and his parents didn't know where he was. Okay. And then he shows back up and then he ends up heading this direction. Chief Fry ends up going to Quantico at some point for some special FBI training courses. Okay. These could all be standard things, folks. Okay. Or normal things that have nothing to do with anything, or they could be something. I have all these little things written down throughout my notes over the past 3 years that kick a little light on in my mind every time I think about them. Are they connected or are they not connected? It could be, it could not be. I don't know, but they're just little tiny things that pop up here and there that make me wonder about other things. They're all connected in some sense. And it goes really deep, you guys, in my opinion. So,
Cy Ray, I refuse to believe that a man who worked with law enforcement and prosecution, what was it, 20, 30 years?
30 plus years, yeah.
Who goes, with the defense and said, hey, you don't have to pay me, and has an opinion that this ain't right.
Mm-hmm.
I just refuse to believe he got it wrong.
I agree with you. And I'm telling you, I've been thinking lately because of the whole situation. And I know this sounds conspiracy-like, and that's okay. Because if people have asked me, if Bryan didn't do this, they go, if you don't think he did this, then how do you think he's involved? How did they get his name? How did they get him in the middle of this? And I said, well, and I've said this before not too long ago, maybe he was doing something working for a government agency. Maybe he was doing controlled buys. Okay. We know there's a big drug issue in this area and that they were having big problems with it. The DEA was on the ground there doing investigations. The FBI was on the ground there. Maybe he was doing something like that. And something happened. Okay, I'll just put it that way, and got mixed up and backwards and all that, and they used him for that reason. I don't know. It doesn't make sense, but there's no other possibility or no other way that they would know this kid from Pennsylvania that's never been to this area in his life, and all of a sudden now he's the one that did this.
I heard a creator say, well, maybe he drove the car. Well, here's the problem. If he drove the car and had people in it that he dropped off, and he knew where they went, and then you hear that 4 people are dead,
Where's their
if he did
DNA?
not come forward and go, hey, you know what, this is, I dropped so-and-so, something, whatever, off at that address.
Yeah, and where's their DNA at? Okay, where's that DNA? Why those people could have still put DNA in his car, but there was none.
Yeah.
And now I hear people that are guilty saying that he took his whole car apart. No, he didn't.
Oh, God.
The 2 lead detectives stated that Bryan did not go to his parents' house and clean his car. Period. For him to be able to take the car apart, okay, tell me when he did it. That's what I want to know. Is because after the murders, he continued working, and then he left and went home. His dad came, then he went home to his parents' house. And they would have to take the whole steering column apart, this and everything else. First off, I don't believe he knows how to do that. Second off, I just can't. I don't see that. And then they said that he didn't do it. So no, that's bullshit. Whoever's putting that out.
Incorrect. National security was mentioned. What?
Homeland Security is involved, as well as the Secret Service, as well as the U.S. Marshal's Office. Why are all these agencies involved in this? Anybody, please. I know why Homeland Security gets involved in something. We all know that. Secret Service, okay. National Security. What the hell does National Security have to do with a quadruple homicide? Anybody?
I'd like to add this. I'd like to add this thought too.
Welcome.
So
Steve.
he's plotted and planned this since January, right? And he's behind this sheath, and he's plotting and planning to kill 4 people. With the mindset of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
He goes out, being a criminal major and all that, and he has already made big plans with his dad to come down for the holidays. He's going to fly out, and they're going to have a cross-country father and son
Right.
travel,
Yes, sir.
knowingly that at this particular time that happened, it's all on the news. And just like everybody else that listens to the news, it piques his interest. Why? He's a criminal law student. He has aspirations of being a detective. He's even tried to be going to local law enforcement and trying to get on a program where he can be able to be hired on. Why would he risk bringing his father out knowingly that he just took out 4 people? That they might be knocking down his door at any given time to take his ass to jail. Why do that? That don't make sense.
For them to say, don't talk to anybody, don't run his plates, don't run the plates, do this and that, do this and that, and don't talk to no one. What the hell is that?
Well, if they had a pro bono on him when he first got pulled over in Indianapolis or Indiana, and they had a warrant out for him, his ass would be in handcuffs.
Yeah.
They pulled his ass over 2 times. And you want to make a big deal about body language, and you want to look at his hands and see if he's got any cut marks or this and that and the other. I didn't see that. The body language I was getting from KOHBERGER, if anything, was, what the fuck? Why are y'all messing with us?
There was nothing abnormal about that at all. Yeah, I agree with you. Nothing abnormal. He wasn't. There was no scratches, marks on his body. We knew that from the 10 a.m. photo the next day. He wasn't acting all weird. His dad. Okay, they're different than most people are anyway. So his dad brought up a point. They were both very friendly. They didn't seem like they were hiding anything. Just conversing. Probably weirded out because you got stopped twice in 10 minutes. I would be. So, just saying. Nothing there is odd to me.
No, I
To
didn't see
answer Jenny's
anything on.
question, real quick, to answer Jenny's other question, yeah, they stopped it. Oh, Mystica did. Okay, thank you guys for answering her questions. Go ahead. Sorry, Diane.
The whole, but I truly believe they had his name before the 19th.
I think they had his name November 25th. That's my opinion.
That's I'll agree with that. And you think this is the man who killed 4 people brutally and an atrocity, but you let him just roam around?
It wouldn't happen. That's the thing. It wouldn't happen. We know that. It wouldn't happen. They wouldn't let this guy go all gallivanting all over the United States, driving across the United States if they believed that he committed a quadruple homicide. Come on.
And the
he
reason
wouldn't even leave his apartment.
That's what I'm saying, because they're gonna let, okay, for instance, if and when they knew that Richard Ramirez was who he was, you think they'd have let him travel all over the United States
no,
just out of the worry that he could kill many more people?
no,
And I'm not using Ted Bundy's name because I'm sick of hearing Ted Bundy's name, because
Yeah.
Brian Kohberger is nothing like Ted Bundy. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm sick of hearing that. These people are being ridiculous with that, and it's old. So, who wrote about being in a shithole? That was somebody on the 4chan stream, the thread. I'm sorry, not stream. Which is interesting. It's very interesting. Me, it's probably somebody that was already planning on I think that some of that stuff was put out there on purpose.
Enon Harsh did a tweet or something. He and I don't remember word for word, but it was, I'm in the shithole, California.
Yeah. A lot of people thought that was Enon that did that too, and about the PA thing. I remember. Welcome to good to see you, dear.
And if you I can't remember, but it was that Jacko something 1970 or something like that.
I remember that too. Yep.
Everything that we found out when it came out, he already stated.
Mm-hmm.
The shoe.
And I think that was a law enforcement officer, to be honest with you, or somebody related to one. That's what
that officer needs some psych treatment, because those videos were. But in one of them, I think it was the first one he put out, it shows somebody cutting up fish.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And if you guys remember that big old picture collage thing that was put out, that somebody drew all that real colorful stuff on, that we broke down for I don't know how long, probably 2 weeks. I went through that thing and looked at every aspect of it. It came out of 4chan, but it was something that was written up. It had frogs and stuff on it. And supposedly there were answers to the crime within this photograph of things that were drawn in there. I went through that for 2 weeks. Okay. Quite a few things made sense. I saw a lot of things. Thank you, Moonlit. And so, yeah, I remember. There was a lot of weird things that came out that people were like trying to tell the story, but weren't literally physically telling it. Do you know what I mean? So,
I think it was Papa Rogers, and I could be wrong, who stated that Ethan was in the living room area, not the bedroom, because that's not where he put him.
Well, see, that could play to what happened before, like during. Yeah, Eddie's fine. Just so everybody knows, Eddie's been working. He's a contractor and he works a lot, and he goes on and off. You know what I mean? So that's what he's been doing. He's been working, but he'll be back around. No worries. All right, False Star. Thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate you very much. And great to have you here. Thank you.
So, and then I hear it comes out that Ethan's blood was oh God, where was it at?
On the half wall going up from the first to the second floor. How'd that happen?
Yeah.
How did that happen, you guys? Just as much as there was blood found at the top of the stairs on the left side. If you're going from the first floor to the top, up here at the very top, they found blood on that wall. They found blood. I think Ethan and Kaylee's blood was on the half wall going from the first to the third. How did any of that get there? If there was only Kaylee or Maddie's bedroom and Xana's bedroom were the scenes. How did any of that blood get anywhere? And we have unknown male D. Wait, we have the unknown male DNA still. Just saying.
That, and like I said, and I'm going to go back to the families. That's okay with you?
That none of it should be okay with them. That's what nobody understands with the families. Why they're not questioning any of this stuff. None of
I
it at
mean,
all.
that's
Diane, did you hear Pavarotti's theories about the families?
yeah.
Makes me wonder if some of that is actually true.
I'm going to state this. Literally, I do believe it was a message being sent to who I don't know.
It could have just been to the public, the world themselves. Like, if you mess with the wrong people, this is what's going to happen to you. You know what I mean? It could have been a message to anybody.
Because and the reason I say it's a message is because no one is talking at all.
Right.
No one is stepping up going, help. Well, wait a minute. That don't sound right to me. They just don't want to talk about it.
You got plea deal Bill running the show up there in Moscow. And half of them, if any of them, all of them needs to be in jail, but they're not. They're walking the streets. So this is just normal behavior from what I'm seeing. In my humble opinion, it's normal behavior. The way I know how my mother and father and parents and my whole family would react if this was to happen to me. They would freaking lose it.
Literally, I'm telling you, if it was my child, I keep your money. I don't want your money. I want the people, because it is obvious there was more than one.
Oh, yeah.
I would, no doubt in my mind that I'll be owning that town. College Tech, all of it.
And
Yeah.
Big lawsuits. Big,
And-
huge
and-
lawsuits be on their hand.
the ones who dropped their blood at the crime scene are walking around free, and one who had to trace or transfer DNA. You're happy? The families are happy with transfer DNA? I'm going, what? I bet he did it. I haven't seen one bit of evidence that says he did it. Now, I'm not saying he wasn't there. I wasn't there, so I don't know. I'm having a hard time understanding how anybody, especially the families, have accepted this. We're talking about their child who isn't here anymore.
Maybe they don't have a choice.
Well, then you have to wonder who told them they don't have a choice.
Right.
There's a lot of things I'm sure that's being over their heads, held over their heads.
And then I hear, it goes through my head, Ethan's mom. 2:00 is a dark hour, paraphrasing because I don't remember word for word. And this had nothing to do with drugs, and this had nothing to do with the love triangle. What? Why would she say that?
That's a good question.
And I sent you a photo or a video, Dago, on your messenger.
Okay.
There's a picture in there, a picture of Hunter and somebody else and Ethan's brother and Ethan. Look where Hunter's hand is on Ethan.
Oh, I did see that. I couldn't see what you were pointing out. I went
His
through the
hand
video.
is on his thigh.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't even see.
So
tried looking at it, trying to see where his hand was, but I didn't notice it.
So I'm not, maybe I'm wrong, but would you do that? Would you put your hand on another man's thigh?
Most likely not.
And I was looking at that, I thought, what? And I go back, and I don't. I don't think it was the frats. There's a possibility, very small possibility, that it was them. But I'm thinking, well, what is and then I hear his mom, and this had nothing to do with drugs, and drugs were found in the house, or love triangle.
Right. Well, Aggie just says that law enforcement reports that Molly was contacted by law enforcement. The truth is that the conversation with Molly was that she was told by friends to go to law enforcement. She then, on December 6th, went to MPD. Well, shit, now Ellie was screwed. That's a good point. That's interesting. Very good point.
Death seems to follow Molly around.
Yeah, Molly is not the luckiest of people. I'll put it that way.
And if that's their informant that they're trying to keep alive, I would pick somebody else. I'm just going to throw that out there.
I can agree. Welcome, Johanna. Yeah, that's another point that I was bringing up the other day, you guys. That's why I said it. Okay, what the hell does defense or Bryan KOHBERGER, whoever you want to look at it by, what do they have over the prosecution's head or Bill Thompson's head? Because Steve made a very clear and loud statement in his last interview and said that the prosecutor begged Bryan for this plea deal. That basically got on his knees and begged him for this plea deal. Why would you do that? Why would a prosecutor beg a suspect in a quadruple murder case to take a plea deal unless the defense had something over that man's head or the whole defense team's head? That's the only reason why I could see that happening.
I think, and I'll say it again, I think Bryan knows something. But then I think, well, wait a minute. If he knows something and he has something over their head, he should not be in prison for 4 life sentences plus 10 years.
That's a good point.
It really, really bothers me, though, because had this gone to trial, well, let me ask you all this. Had this gone to trial, knowing everything that we know right now, would a jury find Bryan KOHBERGER guilty with everything that we know?
In a normal world, I would say no. And I told you a long time ago, Dago, he will be found guilty. The jury, maybe there would be one who's going, wait a minute, this don't sound right. That don't add up. I'm not going for guilty. Or because it was such an atrocity and you got a bunch of dumbasses running around who believe everything they hear on the news, would totally ignore evidence that does not point to Bryan, then yeah, they would have said guilty. Somebody had to pay for this. One way or another, someone had to pay for this. This just could not go down.
Agreed.
And so, without somebody paying the price. And that takes me back to it's law enforcement and Bill Thompson. They were not really in charge. This has to come from the FBI or whoever. You've got Homeland Security. What? Involved in this. I'm thinking national security. What's going on? Somebody high up, and not in the prosecutor's office or Ellie. Somebody got the orders. Hey, this is who and how, and that's. I can't connect how they got Bryan. That part just, I cannot, and I haven't seen anything that would point them in his direction. Except for Brent. And he's not here anymore. So, I mean,
Right. Let's see something here.
and the only thing, and I forget his name, the one prosecutor, who stated the only thing we have is the sheep. That's it, nothing else.
That's what I just read. Just read it.
And then Bill Thompson, when Bryan, said pled guilty, he said, well, we know he didn't go there to kill them. Okay, then why did he go there?
Right.
And how do you know he didn't go there to kill them? Did you ask him? No, because you already stated he's a liar. We couldn't believe him. I mean, nothing, literally nothing, points to Bryan. And for him to go, you know what? And I understand maybe he thought, this is too much pressure on my family, on me. I just want to get it done. Get it done, get it over with. No, bullshit. I refuse to believe that his mother, who says he and his father, who say he ain't guilty, he was framed, said, hey, you know what? Take those 4 life sentences plus that 10 years.
Yep.
If it was my son, I'd go, you go to trial, you're found guilty, you got 30 days for an appeal. We'll take this all the way to the top if we have to. You didn't do it,
That's why I'm telling you, there's something else attached to this that we don't know, and we're not supposed to, nor will we ever probably know about that invoked that to happen. That is the only thing that makes any sense to me.
I mean, think about it. If it was your son, Dago, would you, and you knew he didn't do it, and you knew there was nothing except for a little bit of transferred DNA on a sheep, would you look at your son and go ahead, plead guilty, take the 4 life sentences and plus 10 years and go to prison?
Of course not. Of course not. Like I said, and I don't think that his parents would do that either, unless they didn't have a choice but to accept what he did, as in the same reason why he did what he did. And I've looked into this, you guys. The fact that national security was brought up in this, okay? Diane just said it again. I'm even looking there again now. I went looking for this before. I can't seem to find how a quadruple homicide could affect national security as far as this goes. I've been trying to put it together in different variations, different versions, and it just doesn't seem to come out like that for me. It's weird. It's very weird.
Let's not forget that big old drug bust they had right at the same time. That's the reason why Joshua Hewitt came on board.
Right.
He was leading the task force for that.
Yeah. Usually with national security, there's something like treason or national
a bomb threat,
terrorism, or something like domestic terrorism, stuff like that is usually involved in that kind of stuff. None of that seems to be. I can't find a way to attach stuff like that to this case. That's the problem I'm having. Sedition, sabotage, espionage, things like that are typically why national security gets involved, and I don't see those things attached to this anywhere unless it's part of it that we don't know.
Where is the footage of them being dropped off at their home?
Supposedly on this camera, the 1112 camera at 11:56 or 1:56 a.m., which Jules did finally get, is getting the rest of that camera footage, and we'll see. But I have a feeling we're not going to get anything extra out of that. I just don't believe it.
My other problem, and it's a list with Dylan. Oh, this happened at so-and-so time, but it was like 2:30 Moscow time. Wherever you go, your phone automatically sets itself to
Yeah.
that time zone.
Right. I agree.
And I'm listening to, I'm thinking, wait a minute, why does she keep saying that? Because you're in Moscow. So the time, your phone will be that time, not Boise.
That's a good point. Like I
And
said.
I heard no one go, wait a minute, because phones, these are detectives. None of them said, hey, well, wait a minute, was you in Boise or was you in Moscow? Which is it?
Right. Very
See,
good
that's
point.
what threw me for a loop yesterday.
Uh-huh.
We was talking about the timeline. That there's a time difference between Moscow, Idaho, and Boise, like
Yeah.
an hour difference. So I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's an hour difference.
Wow.
But, like I said, if I went to Kentucky, and they're like an hour behind Indiana, right? The second I crossed over into Kentucky,
Right.
my phone set itself to that time.
Mm-hmm.
And
Absolutely.
Dylan's whole statement, I refuse to believe that those crimes were committed in silence. No screams, just she heard a little bit of crying, and it's okay, I'm here to help you. And that was it. No, I refuse to believe that. Dylan
I
or
also
Becky.
refuse. I'm sorry, but I also refuse to know that this happened outside the home. Just
No, I don't
because
believe that either. It happened in the house. I'm very set on that.
when when we first heard about this, it was a bloodbath, and then when we got the body cam footage, we're seeing the house for the first time, and we're going, "Okay, where's the bloodbath?" It was nothing like we thought it was going to be.
That's true.
It makes Dylan look more and more and more suspicious, if anything.
Thank
Right.
you.
On
Who
one
thought
thing,
that was
it
a
really
good
does.
idea to release? Because I'm picking and choosing what to release. Her interviews are not being released.
Right.
I was going to say something earlier. We're talking about. I was thinking about connecting dots here, right? Kaylee was going to move to Texas. She was staying at her aunt's house. She had a issue with Steve and her parents. I heard there was a report that Dylan came to Kaylee, invited her back to Moscow.
She did. To be her plus
If my
one.
story is right or something, if I'm off, please correct me.
No,
I'm
you're
just
right.
saying.
You're right.
She talked her into coming back to Moscow for a formal.
Yes.
Bethany said in her one of her interviews that Kaylee changed her mind about going to Texas, moving to Texas. I think the Texas thing was Steve's idea.
Yeah, the first interview Bethany gave, she said, I think Kaylee has changed her mind about going back to Texas, or had changed her
Now,
mind.
how is it ironic that the way this whole thing played itself out, that Dylan, it seems to me that she was the mastermind of this. Is it hard to believe, for me to believe, that she was probably drunk one night and got to talking to the wrong kind of people? And she was venting and mouthing off about Kaylee and Maddie and everything else, and what's going on in the house and all that, whatever. I'm sure a lot of drama. Something has, someone had to be in that house to let these people in. But we also know that there's a lot of people that has access to this house, but only a few that might have the combination.
Right.
And
Well,
what the girls are saying that there's only a selective few. Now in body cam footage, we're seeing Hunter there all the time, and sometimes when the girls wasn't even there, they was in this house
quite
party.
often.
We're also seeing law enforcement making walking patrols of the neighborhood for noise complaints, and just we was talking about this earlier. Is this me connecting the dots in here and saying there's an inside person that's involved in this? And the reason why Dylan's stories is not adding up and she keeps getting picked on and not be treated for, in my humble opinion, like she's not a victim, because she's not. It's not far-fetched for me to believe that she has something to do with it. And
Didn't
I
they
think,
find her blood on a jacket and a blanket that belongs to her?
Yeah.
Uh, and when I try to, okay, what's role does Bethany play in all this? I'm still on the hook about Bethany. I think Bethany, like I said earlier, was to separate herself away from Dylan, if anything, because all her statements has been, Dylan said this to me, Dylan said that to me, and what we getting out of Dylan is a bunch of, I don't know. It could have been, oh, I'm not sure. How are you not sure? You can't sit
Bethany?
here and tell me that one person can walk out clean as a whistle and not have a scrape, nothing on him, or even any form of DNA in his car that connects him to these people or to this residence, and not be a multiple part. Bunch of people was in the house. Oh, we're used to that because we always having parties and stuff. Okay, so this is just a normal deal at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. This is the way y'all do. Okay, well, we're college town kids. We like to party. Got that. We're also seeing Tisdale. As said, he saw multiple people around the residence at before 4 o'clock, 4 a.m. And I about bit they're gonna take his head off. He said, man, this is a college town. It throws me for a loop that you see these people around the residence at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and you don't even bother stopping them because you're looking for open containers.
Right.
You're narrow-minded. It's crazy to me. And come to find out, they may have had a hand in all this. This whole thing, in my humble opinion, has been screwed up from day one. The law enforcement in there, the mayor, the whole 9 yards, really screwed this investigation up badly. Now we can say here you go. Well, I think Dalen did have something to do with it. She might not have had something to do with it physically, but I think she had somebody to come in there and to do what they had to do.
I totally agree. I have to run, but real quick, Dylan's statements. I heard Kaylee go upstairs, come running down the stairs. Because what was it? Kaylee and Murphy were in the living room dancing, blah blah blah. Then she went upstairs, come running down. Someone's here. No, that she just said that to it muddies the water. And again, I've said it from day one, and it was over the 8-hour delay. Dylan is not a victim. Neither is Bethany. Bethany knows something, but she's going, I ain't doing this. She did not come to, when he pled guilty, she didn't show up.
Right.
You know.
Oh, you remember the first time I heard about Bethany was And Taylor said that she was going to be the one to exonerate her client. She
Yeah.
basically had evidence that's going to exclude him totally.
I remember that.
I gotta go, but again, I totally do not understand the families. I don't get it. Like I said, I feel bad for them, and I am so sorry for their loss. And Brian's family, I'm gonna say it, so sorry because it's a loss. He's in prison. He'll,
Good point.
if something does not change, he will die there. He's got 4 life sentences plus 10 years.
Very good point.
You know, this whole thing has just, and so far the only family I've heard anything out of is Brian's. His dad. He was framed. He didn't do it. And like I said, I don't understand the victim's family. It blows me away. And then when you go, well, I want more money. What? You want what? It just, this
Yeah.
whole thing is so sad. It really is.
It does bother me too. But like I said, I can't help but to think maybe there's something that's held above their heads in all this too.
There, I don't know. There would be nothing, literally nothing, anybody could hold over my head when it came to my child that had been murdered. Because I would look at him and go ahead, tell him, or throw it out there, whatever. Um, but my child means more to me, and I want the answers. I want to know. I want the people who did this to pay.
And see, Diane, that's the reason why I feel so strongly in the pit of my stomach down to my spirit that this has to go to trial. That
This was
these
never going to go to trial, and I told you, Dago, a long time. This will never make it into a courtroom. If it does, he will be found guilty. You know, he is going to be the one who pays for this crime. I don't think he did it. Now he could have been there. I guess. Like I said, wasn't there? Don't know. I haven't seen anything that says he was there, except for a little bit of trace DNA.
I don't even trust that anymore
No.
at all.
No. No. But I have to go. I will be listening to you in the car.
Okay.
Everyone have a good Sunday. Thank you for having me up, Dago.
You as well. Take care, Diane. Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
It's Sunday.
No, today's Saturday. I was gonna say, wait a minute. I lost the day. I had to step back and look, but yeah. 3 different reasons why Department of Homeland Security gets involved is drug trafficking, human trafficking, and immigration issues. Yes, that is why they would be involved. See, that's the thing, though, folks, is we have Homeland is involved in this. U.S. Marshal's Office is involved in this. The state's involved in this. Federal FBI is involved in this. At some point, they brought in the Secret Service on this. Like every lettered agency that's out there, other than the CIA, and I wouldn't even doubt that at this point, is involved in this. It's crazy to me. It's a murder case. I'm not saying it's just a murder case. It's serious, but to involve all those agencies, that's kind of crazy. Is all I'm saying. Okay, that's what has made this such a very weird situation. One thing that's made it a weird situation. So there's that. Just saying. Let me read some more from these correspondents here, guys, because I'm telling you, the first one's the big one, where they're talking about having the suspect on the 3rd day, following him around, and they just let him go. In my opinion, that's probably one of the real suspects. That's why I titled it. So this next one here, again, these are all the email corresponding between the different officers and forensics officers and stuff like that too. Meeting with Matthew, Gamet, Katie Dace, Rylan Nowlin, Bill Thompson, Ashley Jennings, Darren Gilbertson, Jeffrey Talbot, Dustin Blaker. Where's Brett Payne? Brett Payne doesn't seem to be involved in almost anything in this, okay? It's crazy. So, okay, thank you, Christine. Appreciate it. It says reviewed reports thus issued thus far. Layton's 2 biology screenings and 1 DNA. Discussed the unknown male on the knife sheath, and that there was not a CODIS hit at the state level. Waiting for response from Rush. Search request to National. If no hits, discussed molecular genealogy for unknown male. Bill Thompson authorized pursuing this avenue in the event of no CODIS hit. See, Bill Thompson authorized. Bill Thompson. It's insane to me. Where'd it go? Pursuing this avenue in the event of no CODIS hit. MOU sent to Ashley Jennings for signatures. At the request of the 3 agencies involved, the lab deleted the distribution list for reports, and Rylan will send copies of all issued reports, note packets to Detective Talbot. It was also requested that the lab not release results to anyone else, including our chain of command above Matthew. Let me repeat that. It was also requested that the lab not release the results to anyone else, including our chain of command above. Isn't that an odd statement to make, you guys? Anyway.
Very.
D2 will take responsibility for updating command staff. Matthew will be in contact if we need to pursue genealogy. This is a joke, folks. They don't want nobody knowing about certain things in here. This is the second time we've seen this. That's beyond a suspicious statement. So then we go on down to where we have the lab things coming out here. Okay, the different biosequences and stuff. Item 2, open and extract tube for item 1.1, removed and aliquoted, into a new tube, repack original tube, blah, 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 new tube packaged. Okay, anyway, on down. Let's find some more of these emails. Sorry. All right. So this next one here, they're doing all their forensic stuff here in the lab. And then this is on November 25th. Okay, this is Rylan Nolan spoke with Jeffrey Talbot. Spoke about submitting a reference sample from a possible suspect, no name, it's redacted, and blood swabs from blank, and 2 swabs from house. I agree to these items. I was unable to access the DNA tracker. Their evidence person, Tim Smaldridge, stated that he could no longer access pre-log and could not pre-log these items. I wonder why that happened. They have a captain heading down anyway and want to send the items. I said I did not have anyone in the office who could assist with the pre-log, so we would take them as unlogged and get them taken in on Monday. If they were able to pre-log, please do. If not, we will enter them manually. He agreed these items did not need to be rushed and would be worked in a normal queue. Again, I called to discuss. This is another conversation with Detective Talbot. I called to discuss the items received. I asked about the gloves as well. We had not discussed it, and there is no additional information on the package. He stated that the case agent from Moscow collected it from the parking area of the house and stated that there is blood on the glove. I asked if no blood on the glove, do they think it's related? And do we need to collect wearer? Hold on here. Do we need to collect wearer? Sorry. He said that they would cross that bridge when they get to it. He does not think the glove will be suitable for latents. And I asked about the 2 items labeled blood swab, as there is no information on the packagings about where they're from. He said that those are from blank. And I told him we would be returning the blank, 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 blank. He agreed to this and said it would be shipped. These corresponding things are very interesting. Now, this is analyst Tara Martinez having a conversation with Ryland Nolan, saying that I spoke with Ryland regarding subjects listed in Beast. Unsure if all these persons should be compared against crime scene latents. Ryland indicated that they were mostly neighbors and people that were willing to give their DNA, so she is unsure if any persons that Moscow might want comparisons done against. If any persons, sorry, any are persons. Going to check to see if any of these persons have a FPC. I don't know what that means, you guys. I'm sorry. In the database, and then discuss with Talbot with ISPD2. Welcome, William Tardy. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us today. These are on 12/5, by the way. Again, Tara Martinez. Yeah, Mike. The university bought it from Scott Estes and Perky. Sorry. I spoke to Talbot about the persons that have been entered into the names tab and explained that I only found an FPC for one of them. Did he want the latents that were developed to be compared to that person? He said sure, and that he thought Moscow was getting prints from the persons listed. I said that I might wait until then, so I have everyone to compare against. I asked him if he wanted the image numbers of the shoe and tire impressions to send to Natasha at Ada County. And he said she thought that I asked him if he wanted the image numbers of the shoe and tire impressions to send to Natasha at, oh, I said that already. He said she thought I asked him, Jesus, what's going on? He said she thought Jenny Ayers, sorry about that, had sent them, and I said no, they need to be submitted as evidence to Ada. He said they don't think the tires related since they believe it was traveling the wrong direction of it. What the hell? It is traveling the wrong direction of the travel they think the car is going. He said to email him the image numbers and he would give it to Moscow. Those tire tracks were there for months before that all happened. So let's see. One minute here. I would really like to see who these redacted names are. Just saying. Let's see. Stephanie contacted. This is about Tina Waltill, about Stephanie having a conversation with Stephanie Wilt. Stephanie contacted me regarding item number 1. When she checked out this item, she noticed that I had mistakenly dated my seals with 10/18 of 22 instead of 11/18. Well, that explains part of that. I remedied the seals while the item was in her custody and checked my notes packet, and the SNS date my notes is also correct. It should read 11/18, not 10/18. Oh, there's the answer to that, like I said. Because I know we questioned that. Yeah, very much so. I agree. The name redacting and stuff is insane. They've redacted so much of this. It's nuts. For no reason, in my opinion. Okay, so these were the Haley Youngland wasn't the analyst for this. The exemplars that had been submitted for whoever this is redacted here, so to work against. And again, more of these deleted assignment name link. 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. And here's the lab numbers for those. Let me see. Okay. This is another conversation from Rylan with Detective Talbot. Asked about a backpack and beer cans that were submitted for bio, and the backpack no longer believed to belong to blank. Beer cans do not know who they are from. He stated they cannot say any of these are from perpetrator. Would like to know if any from same unknown male is as sheets, and I advised none of these can go into CODIS, and he said he understood that. See, they're not doing anything they're supposed to be doing as far as adding things to CODIS when they're supposed to, when they're not. It's ridiculous. And then again, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more lab item numbers entered. 52 through 56. Latent print examination. Those are again the same thing. Hold on. Jeez. Hold on here. Trying to find 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 deleted assignment name links. Makes you wonder who. I don't see anything there. Let's see here. Hold on. More and more and more of those. 1 minute. There was more correspondence, I thought. Oh, okay. Now we're at January 7th of 23. Case updated. Audit log. Name deleted. KOHBERGER, BRYAN, Christopher. Reason for change. Duplicate, incorrect spelling. Okay. Admin closed. Additional evidence added to previous assignment. Notice the typo on report number 19, dated 1/5/23. The notes packet page under the analysis crime scene images 5840. This should say 5840 and 41. Okay. Noting here instead of doing amended report for the small typo. Yep. Just a minute here. See, at that point, they've gone on to BRYAN and they've completely let go of this person that they had as their suspect in the beginning, or persons. There's at least one. Sorry, our notes were locked, and this is between Stephanie Wilt and Haley Youngland. Yeah, sorry, our notes were locked in Tara's office till she's back tomorrow, but the apartment address is blank. Pullman, Washington. Items 99 through 103 were all collected from the apartment, and let me know if I can help any further. Yeah, that's exactly what they do, Hemi. Absolutely what they do. So on down. Let's see more of the lab stuff there. And all of that deleted and redacted. None of that, in my opinion, should be, but they're just doing it. Look, there's a whole other page of it. And more. Jesus Christ. I think there's more emails in here. But I'm curious, why did they decide if they had a suspect in the beginning? Okay. Or that's what we need to figure out the answer for. The third day into this case, they had that guy they were following around. They were taking DNA samples from, all this and all that. What happened that person no longer became their suspect, but Bryan KOHBERGER did? That's what I want to know. How did that go down and why? Here's the email. Required email requesting KOHBERGER's buccal swab be sent to the FBI lab after our analysis. I've attached all their contact information. Let me know if you need any help. Thank you, from Detective Talbot. And then this is from Travis Shirley to Detective Talbot. I'm sorry. And then they give the FBI lab. We all know who the FBI lab used for their lab. It could be Mama J. It could be. The wild part is other things those LLCs are tied to is kind of eye opening. Yeah, Mike, it's a good point. That's what it was. Payne tried to say when he was sitting on the stand that if they ran one thing in, it would knock the other thing out that they had in CODIS, which is an absolute bullshit lie. We all know that it is. That's ridiculous. Yeah, there was a lot of stuff attached to those LLCs. Mike's right. We did a deep dive on that one night. 4 of us did. And we found some crazy shit attached to all those LLCs they have there in Idaho, guys. It's nuts. It's very crazy. Yeah, Fizzy, that doesn't work that way. It's not true. That wouldn't happen. You have to put in a case number and such. Did you put it in there to see if it would kick back as a result? Yeah. It's nothing like that. What they're saying it is. All right. Here's the case numbers that should be included, and that's all their case numbers. My contact in the lab is Brittany Swisher. She's managing all the evidence coming in this case. If they want to reach out to her first, they have questions as follows. There's her information for contact. Again, Jade Miller, Candy Floria are the techs that were involved in this, the analysts. Terry Martinez. More redacted stuff. Jesus, I'm so sick of it. Trying to find if there's more of these emails here. Case jacket printed. Okay, so these are all the case jackets printed as part of the discovery packet here for different things. Created, recorded like that. That's wild. I don't know if there's going to be. Oh, okay. More of the emails here. Hold on. You want me to go back up, Hemi? How far? Hold on. Oh, okay. No, that's that's the part you're getting to. So hold on, let me go back up a little bit further. I don't see him. Oh. No. Up here somewhere? Hang on. Oh, the names there are the victims right there. Maddie, Xana, Ethan, and Kaylee. Those names are put up, and then the rest of this is redacted. That's what you're talking about. Gotcha. And it says reason for change, deleted extra names. Crazy. Anyway, thank you, Sarah, for catching that. 1 minute here. Oh, Lordy Lord. Let me get back down here where we started back into that again. About there. Okay, give me 1 second. Hemi, I'll be right back. I use Low Boy's room. Okay, sorry about that. I made a cup of coffee and it took too long, so my apologies, you guys. 1 minute here. Okay. So received a call re the additional items for testing per Talbot. The defense requested items be sent to the private lab. He pulled the request. Hold on, everybody. I'm sorry. One moment. Okay, sorry again. He pulled the requested item and sprayed them with Blue Star. 2 items, a coat and a blanket from blank had a positive reaction. This would be Dylan's coat and blanket, you guys. My apologies. He would like to have those items submitted to us for testing. I asked what the request for examination was, and he stated foreign DNA. I expressed the application of Blue Star on these types of items was not the ideal first step, and I would need to speak with my DNA unit prior to submission to see what could still be done on these items. This is again Rylan Nolan with Detective Talbot. And then we have a conversation with Bill Thompson via Rylan Nolan. Says, call to discuss the blanket and coat from Dylan. I asked for clarification on what was needed on these items and to discuss the limitations given. They were previously sprayed with Blue Star per Bill. These were items identified by the defense expert, Matt Nodal. During his crime scene examination, the defense provided a list of the items they wanted sent to Nodal's lab in their office, and D2 investigation discussed and decided that it would be 1 minute here. So, I don't know why I keep losing this. Where did it go? There it is. Presumptive tests. I stated we're limited as to what we can do now. Blue Star is a chemical designed for use in crime scenes after all other testing is done. I stated that it has poor specificity. Why can't I talk today? Specificity for blood, so it is not typically used in the lab as presumptive test. Studies have shown Blue Star does inhibit presumptive blood tests performed in lab, like pheno and otol. We can examine for blood, but it is likely any stains that we test will be negative, and there is no way to determine at this point if there is blood on the item. Also discussed DNA. I said that there are studies that say Blue Star has no negative impact on DNA. However, those studies were done with undiluted blood in concentrations known to produce a full DNA profile. Studies with diluted blood are less certain. Most obtain no DNA profile, but unknown if that is because the stain is so dilute or Blue Star is causing an issue. The application of the liquid Blue Star to these items also dilutes any stains, DNA that may be present. I was not able to find studies on Blue Star's impact on forensic lighting techniques like IR and ALS. I said if we don't see anything with our lighting techniques again, I could not say if that was because of Blue Star or because nothing is present on the item. Sheesh, it's a lot of reading. Another piece of evidence screwed up. Yeah. Wouldn't ISP forensics know not to do that? You would imagine. I would think so, Christine. Is she saying that the team that showed up used Blue Star? I think that's what I think that's how that reads. And no, I'm not surprised by it at all, you guys. So that'll tell you. Of course, they would. Sketchy Mopo spoliation order shouldn't have been filed. Bill has no forensic training. No, he doesn't at all. So good point. Welcome, Daniela. Good to see you. All right. So then moving down to the next conversation. This is Gilbertson and Jeff Talbot. Again, Payne is not CC'd in this, guys. He's not CC'd in any of this stuff. The man is not the lead detective in this case. I'll be honest with you. I think he was Gilbertson's little go fetch me guy, his coffee guy or something, and they just had to have somebody named from Moscow. This is ridiculous. The man's not in anything. This is beyond. That is what CODIS is designed for. No. Oh, yeah. Agreed. Plausible deniability. Thank you, Fizzy. Agreed. This is again another Ryland Nowlin conversation with Darren Gilbertson, Jeff Talbot. Called to ask if we had any questions or needed anything additional from them at this time. I said I had talked to Bill and Ashley this morning to discuss the limitation we had given these items have been processed with Blue Star, and I did have some questions for them. I asked the following of Detective Talbot and listed are his responses. Were photos taken of the items prior to Blue Star application? No, unsure if Moscow did that. Were photos taken of the Blue Star reaction? Yes, but they did not turn out. Surprise. Were gloves and masks worn while handling the items? Yes. Was the examination surface sprayed with bleach and clean paper placed and changed between the items? Yes. Well, and I don't know how true that is because we saw the photographs of that countertop in the kitchen. It didn't look like there was any paper down to me, but okay, whatever. One second here. Where are the areas of fluorescent circled? Blanket, yes. Coat was zipper, could be reacting with the metal. Was a sterile or single-use marker used to mark the item? Yes. Were both sides of the blanket sprayed? Yes. Was the inside and outside of the coat sprayed? Yes. They stated that these items were the ones that were deemed personal items and released back to Dylan. The court then ordered that they get all the items from the crime scene that had been released back into custody. And that was when, remember, they had stated in the one report that I read you guys a while back, they had given Dylan back all her personal items and then realized like a day or so later, like, oh shit, we need that back because we needed to do something, which at that point wouldn't have mattered because she could have done anything with that stuff at that point. It's ruined. So anyway, I asked if Dylan had washed the items while they were back in custody, and she said they did not know. No one might. They probably did. And the following report had been generated as a result of the report reset, report number 31, and this is all redacted, the whole damn thing. Let me see. Again, redacted. Redacted. Sergeant Gilbertson emailed me to ask about looking in sinks and drains during our response at the suspect's residence. I responded that we had looked in all areas, but only opened the drain in the shower, as we hadn't seen anything of interest in any of the others. See the attached email correspondence. And this was a conversation from Tara to Shannon Ardondo, and it says, the remediated seal on item number 136. I had opened the item where I originally sealed it, but neglected to reseal it before turning it over to the FAS staff. Checked item for contents and resealed. Let's see. Let's see here. Admin closed. Reason no longer required per prosecutor. That was the case. Audit log. They closed that. Bill Thompson said they didn't need it anymore. Conversation with Travis Shirley and Mike M via Tara Martinez. And this is through, and it's through an email, but there's nothing here. Why was that completely redacted? They didn't even redact it unless it's down. Okay. Yeah, it's down here. I'm sorry. Was Payne brought in as a detective as part of the plan? The plan in the end, he had not detective experience, so things weren't done right. And then they whisked him off, right? Well, see, here's the thing, is Ty Barrett was the actual lead detective on this case in the very beginning. And then 24 hours later, for whatever reason, he recused himself due to a conflict of interest, and they put this guy in. They put Payne in there, who did nothing in this case. His name's not on like most anything, you guys. It's nuts. So, oh Lord have mercy. So this is talking about the new FPC is being mailed to Travis Shirley. Well, the package sent here is evidence from Tara Martinez. Hi, Travis. I spoke with Mike this afternoon. He advised me that his live scan printer is set for 600 DPI, but that he can change the settings to up to 1200. He's going to change it and reprint 2 copies for me and send them to you. Once I receive them, I will evaluate them and see if we need to arrange to have fingerprints taken again. Okay. I was going to submit it as evidence once it arrives. This is from Travis Shirley to Tara. I believe he printed it right from the computer where prints were taken on. Feel free to reach out to him. I believe I do all our major case prints with ink. So I'm not sure why he chose digital. And if there is a way to look at it, at what she has, and see if it works or not, that would be great. If we need to get new ink prints taken, I'd like to get that in the works as soon as possible. His contact info is below, and he is very responsive, Travis. Thanks for the update. I also cannot open up the attachment, but I cannot use prints that are attachments anyway. All fingerprint exemplars need to be packaged as evidence. Sorry, hold on. If it is electronically, it needs to be put on a thumb drive. Do you know if the copy printed, or did he take a fingerprint card and copy it? Sorry. If you use a copy machine, this will not be sufficient. If you want to package a fingerprints card and forward it to me, I can check it out. The fingerprint card will have to be pre-logged as usual and packaged as evidence. Okay. Sorry. See, I'm not going to read all this because this isn't all pertaining to what I was talking about. I know I'm just starting to read all this. This is just saying this is what the agent sent to me digitally via FedEx, so on and so forth. Talking about print exemplars again. Then we have all the latent print redactions here. This is it's not expected that we start this tonight. First thing in the morning is fine. From Ryland Nolan. Again, from Ryland Nolan, a D3 trooper just called and said the D2 trooper just handed the knife sheath off to him. This is November 16th at 1:19 p.m. He may not be here until 5 p.m. and I will stay to get it checked in. And then it says, as of right now, the knife sheath is their only item of evidence. They have no other evidence, is what we are being told. And we have had some recent developments in the last few minutes. This is that other email I read in the beginning. We're rolling a crime scene up there right now. Probably Jenny Terry, blah, 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 all that stuff. We read that earlier. I'm curious to know, this is at 11:32 a.m. on the 16th. And the knife sheath thing was handed off at 1:19. I'm curious to know what went down. The 19th seemed to be a big day. There's a lot of stuff that happened. I got you, Meg. I got you. We'll look into it tonight. So there's that. How long have we been here? Okay. And then there's the rest of that. Again, it says they do have a suspect. There's his name. You guys can probably try to figure out the name. I'm guessing it might have been Showalter because they did claim that in the beginning. They're following him to get a surreptitious DNA sample. He does have something. I wish I knew what the hell that was, and I don't have a name to check. It could be Reed too. Who knows? It's okay, Jen. I don't have a name to check. We expect the references and major case prints, all that. I read all that to you first and foremost, yes. So they just CC'd that out again. Has anyone triaged this case? Someone from the lab should ensure that there is additional evidence to submit. I'm not sure who the POC is, point of contact, would be in general ISP investigations, needs guidance with DNA submissions. And there's again, I was informed a trooper will be delivering the knife sheath from the scene today. They're requesting DNA latents. And if we see any trace to preserve it. Yeah, I read that earlier too. So it just rolled back through all of that. Same thing. So, and then the rest of this stuff, we looked at this other stuff before. I was just trying to go through all those emails because, like I said, in the very beginning, there was nobody, guys. They told us they didn't have a suspect for the longest time, okay, until BRYAN KOHBERGER popped up. And now they're saying that on the third day into the investigation, they did have a suspect. It's documented. That's why I put it out today. It's documented. They had a suspect they were following. They were trying to get DNA from, so on and so forth. But they didn't have any DNA that we knew of. You know what I mean? So what were they going to compare that to? You're a judgmental conspiracy theorist. Are you serious? Okay. Well, I'm sorry that you have questions about a case that we've never been told the truth about, but surreptitiously, I like that word too. So anyway, that's pretty much it, guys. Is what I was talking about today. It was going to be that statement and that part of this is who that person was on the third day in, for sure. But is it Showalter? Is it Reed Upmore? Is it somebody else? It's everybody but BRYAN KOHBERGER at that point. Oh, that's what I know. I wonder. That's horrible. I'm sorry that happened to you over there, hon. It's never going to happen to you over here. I can promise you that. We don't talk to each other that way in here, and I won't allow anybody to talk to you that way here either. If I see it, they're gone forever. Everybody has a right to their own feelings and opinions and their thoughts about this. So I know it wasn't much of a show today. There was good conversation, and everybody, Hemisphere and Miss Diane got to express their feelings on certain things. And we get to read through some of this correspondence, which I think is very interesting. On the 16th, 3 days after the murder, they acted like they had nothing for the longest time, and they were obviously tailing somebody. Which we did read that in the report. We didn't like have an actual timeline for it, but I think it's kind of wild. Oh, I get it. I get it. Yeah.
I'm starting to look at these redactions as their way of protecting the narrative
Yeah. Of course. Of course.
because they don't want it. They don't want it all to be out of potential suspects they was looking into. Because you know how Ann Taylor was pushing that alternative suspects that got denied by Hitler.
Right. Yeah.
I think that's something else that we can look at for his change of pleas. No doubt that there's no way that Ann can make a case for alternate suspects when everything is being taken away from her. And
It's a good point.
I can only imagine that it was so frustrating for her that she was trying so hard, and yet she was getting turned down every chance she gets. I mean,
Right.
and I kind of felt that whenever she told Hitler, he said, "I don't have to prove anything. I can sit down here and let the prosecution make their case, and then be done with it."
Yeah.
But she also knows that there's so much to this that was done in secret.
Yeah.
And no doubt in my mind, had this gone to trial, all that's going to be out in the open.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people's, but like I said, a lot of folks going to lose their careers behind it. So
I hope so. I hope they do for what they have done. That's important in that aspect. You know, I'm sorry you shouldn't have. If you were worried about your career, maybe you should have been honest and told the truth and followed the Constitution. That's all I'm saying in that aspect. Meg said, "I'm sorry, but even not putting BK into the equation, if you don't think something is off with this investigation, you may need to be tested yourself." And I agree with that, Meg. Yes, agreed. I had one more thing, real quick thing. It's like a 4-minute video I wanted to show you that Kathy had put out over in Kathy's Indie Zone that I thought was kind of interesting. Before we took off out of here, I wanted to show this to you guys. If you hadn't seen it, and if anybody had any thoughts on it, that was the other part of it. I like everything Kathy puts out. I follow her right side by side with what she does. So I appreciate it very much. And guys, please make sure to subscribe to her channel if you have not yet done it, because she definitely helps us in some understanding in some of these documents and stuff like that. And she has her opinions that she puts out that I support in a lot of ways for what she says. So, and this is based on an opinion again. So check it out real quick.
Kathy, we have received some communications, particularly from our followers and listeners that are overseas, that they do not have access or cannot easily access documentation from the court docket in Idaho versus KOHBERGER. So therefore, I wanted to include a few of the recent filings.
Yeah, we can go back over that again, Christine. I have no problems because some people weren't here. There's a couple things I have to finish up on too with interviews and stuff like that. So no worries. Today, I can't do it today because we've been here going on 4 hours and I don't want to drag you guys out again. But I will be back to do it. I can promise you. Just remind me, and I'm notating it now to what I want to do, and we will definitely cover it again, Christine. No worries.
Here to provide this information easily accessible now to those followers and listeners. One was the defense motion to seal notice of filing declaration in support of defendant's objection to the state's request for additional restitution. This was electronically filed by the clerk on the docket November 4th, 2020.
Thank you again. Yeah, I have the body cam, Christine. We can go over it. No problem. I did once, but I have no problem going over it again.
25. Now, what does this state? Comes now. Bryan C. KOHBERGER, by and through his attorney's record, and hereby moves the court for an order to seal the notice of filing declaration in support of defendant's objection to the state's request for additional restitution filed with the court on November 4th, 2025. This motion is made pursuant to, and the legal authority is given, ICAR 32I, that is a rule of court, and then IC section 74124, 1B and C, that is a statute. Dated this 4th day of November 2025, and C. Taylor and Taylor Law, PLLC. Few comments, opinions, speculation, if I could be permitted to state so here. We see here this information was provided a day before, actually the afternoon before the November 5th a.m. hearing, as it's signed by Ann C. Taylor on the 4th, electronically filed by the clerk on the 4th at 12:56 p.m. Secondly, this tells us here that a declaration, that is evidence. A declaration, an affidavit, they are evidence as opposed to a motion, which is argument. A motion is an application for a court order. It is a request from one of the parties for an order for something or other. Here, it's a motion to seal this notice of filing, this declaration. What does this declaration say? Unfortunately, the public does not know, because the next item that I wanted to go over with you at this time is Judge Stephen J. Hippler's order sealing aforementioned declaration. That court filing came one day later, although the court did order the sealing of this declaration on the 5th of November 2025. As we can see here, that's the date of the restitution hearing. It was not filed onto the docket until November 6, 2025. The morning of, we see that here, again, looking at the information upper right-hand corner of this page. And it states here, the court having before it the motion, application for a court order, ladies and gentlemen, to seal notice of filing declaration, evidence, ladies and gentlemen, in support of defendant's objection to the state's request for additional restitution and good cause appearing. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered that the notice of filing declaration in support of defendant's objection to the state's request for additional resources filed with the court on November 4th, 2025 shall be filed under seal. We will continue to provide you with further details regarding this case as they become available. Until next time, this is Kathy. Thank you for joining us here today.
There you go. Thank you, Kathy. That just helps people, I guess, overseas to have a little more understanding that aren't getting it. She's just trying to help people understand the documents and stuff more, which I very much appreciate. I think that's going to do it for today, guys. We're at 4 hours. I'm going to try to pop back in here tonight with a little surprise for you guys. And it ain't going to be Idaho. I promise you that. So just look out for me. If you don't see me, you'll know that it's because I was forced to do something else. But if you do, I'm going to try. That's all I can say. I appreciate you very much for joining me, Hemisphere. Same with you, Miss Diane. Everybody in chat, thank you so much for being here. The moderators, I appreciate you all very much. I hope you guys, for those of you that I may not see tonight, I hope you have an amazing rest of your Saturday night. All right, and yes, Lana will be live. So I guess big everybody over will be headed over to Lana's then. Well, enjoy. And I'm sure I put you on great shows. Take care. And I will see you all soon. Much love to you guys. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Peace.
coffee's cold, the final